All right. Uh-oh. Sorry, Gina. Coming in. Where you going? There we go. Greetings. What's up, Democrats? All those coming in with us right now, please share alike. Thank you for the love we've been receiving. If you have any questions for tonight, but just in case you haven't been tuning in and you are just now tuning in with us, we are live. This is the DEM Misfit Black Girls special historical DNC coverage.
Yes.
So thank you for joining us for the 2020 coverage. I am Dallas Fowler, and I am joined by my fabulous co-host, Ms. Dina Becker, Commissioner Melina Lawrence, Gina Harris, and we're going to get into it because we've got a jam-packed schedule and a flow tonight, and we've got delegates who should be coming in from all over. We're going to be talking to some Black folks in politics tonight. We are continuing the celebration party. We're going to recap, but let's get into the recap of last night. I'll let you all get to it. Sup, Dre?
I'm supposed to be out of frame. What?
You are.
I might not do this if that country cousin.
That's my cameraman extraordinaire. I'm jealous. Okay.
All right.
So, folks.
Last night, we kind of did a little something different. We had two guests on. absolutely phenomenal civil rights lawyers, J. Wendell Gordon and Daryl. What's Daryl's last name again?
Washington.
Daryl
Okay,
Washington. Yes.
Washington.
And we were only expecting to hang out with them for about maybe 30 minutes, but
Right.
they broke it down so real as to the situation of Black and brown people in this country and the police and what we need to do in order to protect ourselves. So that conversation ended up going for over 3 hours, I think.
Yeah, it was about 3.
Yeah. And so we're actually going to have them back on again for another episode that's just going to focus on that issue.
And I know a lot of people, when I was offline, were talking about the events itself at the DNC. And we had our post-show aftermath conversation, and we were talking about Tracy Ellis Ross. The conversation with the brothers was getting very informative, and it was so good that at times, we were like, oh, Tracy, oh, Connie Gordon verbally speaks for me. And so we did look at things. We did identify roll call and California's participation and all the states' participation in casting their delegate votes. I'll let the delegates speak to that in roll call. But what was really, really important to me was the fact that Tracy Ellis Ross had brought up just the fact that the intersection of Black women in America, where we stand, and I appreciate her bringing that up. I appreciate her bringing up the fact that, how we need to be valued as women of power, women in power, in positions of power. And I looked at it not just through electoral politics, but also across all industries. So as we stake our claim and push forward, that's just included in our conversation, and we'll discuss it in the women's suffrage movement. But I really appreciated the fact that she just showed up, and like she does. I love Tracy Ellis Ross, so I just wanted to give her a shout out.
I love Tracy, and we were just in such a vibe with the civil rights attorney and the civil rights in this era, Trump, that we had it planned, but we didn't give as much time. And so we're going to make sure that we keep the watch party going and that we pull in the full feed today. So let's get into it.
Can I just, for a second, recap some of the left, the progressive tea that was spilled with AOC last night?
Yeah.
And so we know AOC got a very brief speaking time, but she actually got to second the nomination of Bernie Sanders. And that caused a lot of issues. People who don't understand how the DNC works, how these nominating processes work, thought that she wasted time. They thought that this was a protest. They tried to come for her, not knowing that this is how the nomination works. Like you nominate the candidates who are still, were still in the race or whatnot. And just like in 2016, I think it was Tulsi Gabbard nominated Bernie, even though we knew Hillary was a nominee. This is just the procedure. And then you go through the roll call and everyone talks about who they get the delegates to. But anyway, so like I said, it seemed like there was a bunch of people who just didn't understand how this worked. And it caused a big uproar. And then NBC tweeted out basically AOC, AOC short, brief speaking time, but then Second's nomination for Bernie Sanders, making it seem like she herself went rogue and instead of being a Biden cheerleader, all of a sudden decided to nominate Bernie. And they took that tweet down, actually, because it started this huge uproar. So that's just a little bit of the progressive tea on the left. I just thought I'd share that because that's that's kind of still the discussion that's going on right now online.
Yeah, the common thread in the disruption, as well as what the American voters are feeling right now, are the issues as well. No matter what part, what position you're taking in the party, I still heard and found that people were concerned about climate change, healthcare for all, social justice, police reform, and racism. So race relations in America, those issues were brought up not only on the platform of the convention, but also in our thread and online, looking through what people had to say today.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Did we lose Gina?
We did. Hopefully, oh, she's coming back. Yep, let's just continue. Continue. It happens. It's gonna happen. Come on.
You back.
You back, girl.
I know.
We're worried.
I did actually try to switch up my computer, and it didn't even have a strong signal. This one has a stronger signal. I don't know what this is. Once again, the restream conspiracy, but let's carry on.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was really interesting that was taking place. I really think that the most important no, wrong timing. Okay, we were supposed to have some delegates join us in this hour. All right.
Well, I know we have. If we I also want.
Is Dee Dee gonna join us?
That's what I was about to say. Dee Dee is on standby. I'll find out if she's on standby for in this hour. I'm finding out right now.
Okay.
I'm
right.
see if I can.
One delegate is here, ready to join us for the Black Delegate Meetup. She is a county chair here in the state of.
Are we losing Dallas?
Losing Dallas again. Well, maybe she's trying to bring in our guests. She may have to refresh, and then that's going to refresh all of us again.
Mm-hmm.
But hang.
She is our state chair for the California Bernie delegation, and we are so excited to have her join us and join this Black Delegate Meetup. Tisa Rodriguez join us.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey, Tisa.
Hey, Tisa.
Hey, how is everybody?
Good. How are you?
I am
Nice
so
to meet
tired
you.
already. We have so much going on. It's crazy.
It has been crazy, and I think you have been so great about managing a very diverse group of multifaceted minds. Is the best way I can put that. And so, how has your experience been so far with the convention?
Oh, you know what? It's been a mixed bag. Don't get me wrong. Me and the platform do not agree. Don't get me wrong. I am diametrically opposed to not having Medicare for all because I feel like that's the solution we need. But I also don't love that we couldn't get the party to come out and say Black Lives Matter in the platform. I feel like that's critical, right? That's step one. It's not even like marching in the streets or passing legislation. That's step one, and that disappoints me. I had a lot of good experiences. One that probably is the most disappointing is I was not able to get my proposal to have an outside reporting requirement for harassment through the rules. Like, they tried to gut that. So stay tuned because we are not going to let that one die.
No.
We have a lot of people who need a voice. So, I'll take this one. I'm happy to take a lap, and I'm happy to do that. But you best believe I've already made phone calls, and we're already working on it. And there's no way we're going to let that fall through the cracks because the work is never done.
Right. Just even with what we've had in our own state party here in California, we can't afford to have a national convention that is a national committee that is not allowing harassment cases to be reported to an external entity. We need that. We need that transparency. We need that accountability. And we shouldn't leave it up to leaders who may be influenced by whatever cases, which was the case for us in California, even with Eric Bauman. And so far too many people for too long let his behavior continue to go on. And there was no reporting mechanism. The hotline, I can tell you the hotline was because it was Christine Pelosi, my mom, other folks calling. getting these reports that it's like, no, we have to have that infrastructure. So if we're doing that here, the rest of the country should be doing that. But the biggest shame is we can't say Black Lives Matter in a time like this.
The biggest shame.
And
That should be the first thing, like the first thing.
I think that, I don't know if you guys watched that platform committee speech with Patrisse Cullors, but she spoke some real truth to power. Like, I think a lot of us were moved to absolute tears. I had chills. I felt very emotional. And I'm just going to say it. I know I've been a little I'm going to be nice and not use the colorful word enhancements that I like to use. But I will say that I voted no on this platform, and I'm not ashamed to say that I voted no, because the platform, if people watching don't understand what a platform is, it is like a company mission statement. You know, like Chick-fil-A, Bring Smiles, all these companies have mission statements that they use to to get people to come to their company. It's supposed to be representative of what they stand for. In corporate America, to me, it's a bunch of BS that nobody ever lives up to, but it looks good on the website and it recruits people. And that's what the platform is. Truthfully, there's nothing written in the platform, and Tisa, correct me if I'm wrong, there's nothing written in the platform or the rules of the DNC that say the candidate or the president has to be held accountable to what we write in that platform. So to me, with everything we've gone through, especially these last 4 years, I would think that as just an act of good faith and showing that the party is evolving and moving forward, that I would have let the progressives have the platform and run with it, because they don't have to hold Joe accountable to it. So if they put Black Lives Matter, Green New Deal, Medicare for all that in the platform, they truthfully don't have to hold Joe accountable to it. And so, it would have been now that would have created unity, UNITY. That would have created unity, because we would have felt like, oh, well, they're going to let us have the platform. But they couldn't even let us have that because they're too busy still pandering to the moderate vote, as we saw on the first day of the convention.
Yeah, look, I serve on the CDP platform committee, and the process is so different. Like,
Can you share with our viewers what CDP means?
It's the California Democratic Party. So I'm a co-chair on the California Democratic Party platform committee, and people blow up our phones. Okay, we have real conversations. You have to get to a real compromise with people. If you have people who disagree on something, you have to get them to agree before it can be proposed to go to the platform. And as long as people are willing to have conversations, there's something food for thought. If it doesn't get in one cycle, it can get in for the next cycle. So, I mean, for me, it's like one of those things where I'm going to just take a bunch of the language that was produced, and it's like, we're bringing it to the CDP, because if as goes California, goes the nation is true, we're going to be taking some real steps, which we need to, because this is the basic we start with, and at least on paper, our candidates are supposed to be held to that. Like, we literally have somebody sign that. At least in my county, I think most counties are supposed to, but we do. We make them sign that they're going to support and uphold the platform. So we take it very seriously. For the nation, the least we can do is allow voices in if we're not going to hold people to it.
Right, exactly. And I think that you brought up something too that we were going to talk about actually yesterday, which was, I co-authored a resolution for the California Democratic Party about law enforcement contributions to our party. There were several in this past e-board. There were several defund the police resolutions. And they didn't really have the bite that mine had. Mine had bite, and it called for accountability because I'm fed up, basically. And in my resolution, I called for the party to stop accepting law enforcement contributions. I did not mention union because I know how that goes. And I also called for accountability by saying that our endorsed elected officials will also forswear these law enforcement contributions, because, we can't endorse a candidate who still thinks it's okay to, support people who think it's okay to shoot me in the back. That's just keeping it real. And so, my resolution did not get adopted. It got thrown out. And then there were other resolutions, the defund the police. And I think there was a Black Lives Matter resolution written by Susie Shannon. And they combined those resolutions into one. And, it was a negotiation. I wasn't part of that resolution. I did co-sponsor it, though, but I didn't write it. So I I felt, though, through talking to the chair of the resolutions committee, she reached out and we discussed it. We had about 2 hour conversation between 2 days. And one of the things that stuck out to me was that she kept telling me this isn't a resolution. This is poorly written. And mind you, I had passed this through multiple Democratic clubs and regions, multiple, and had over 50 individual signatures. So,
hang on, Gina. I'm going to bring in our other. Oh, not yet. He's not ready.
Well, yeah, I sent you the
Show
text.
me a thumbs up when you're ready, Will. We're ready for you.
Yeah, I know. I threw that in our chat. I was like, give him a minute. But yeah, so yeah, I had, one of the things that she kept saying, this isn't a resolution. I said, well, what is it? And then I countered back with, okay, well, the resolution, I said, I read the rules, I read the bylaws, I read all of this. I threaded a needle, you know what I mean? I was threading a needle with this, but I knew that it fit per se, because as you know, rules and bylaws also allow wiggle room and leave things to interpretation, which I called out, and she didn't like that I called that out at all. Because I said, well, if it's so confusing, you're getting multiple people, why don't we write more definitive, like, what the rules actually are for resolution and be definitive and et cetera. So to make a long story short, we went back and forth. The resolution got thrown out, but some of the things she mentioned was, what about somebody that is in a purple district and they're the only Democrat running against the Republican? They may need that money to overcome the Republican. And I'm like, so you're telling me my life is not as important as winning a blue seat? Great, thank you. And then secondly, one of the things I asked too, because she kept saying it wasn't a resolution, I said, okay, well, is this a rules change? Now, granted, it was calling for contributions and money, so it did have to go through the finance committee, or should have went through the finance committee. And so, I said, well, is this a rules change then? Because it might be a little bit of a rule. I said, or is this a platform? Is this a bylaw change? Tell me what this is. And this is one of the first resolutions I've actually co-authored. So I'm actually learning here, and I wasn't approaching her in a negative or condescending way, even though she came back to me that way. I was actually kind of trying to learn, because I'm like, well, if this isn't a resolution, tell me what it is. And then she, I think something slipped through that I just always remember. And she said, well, the party really doesn't have a vehicle to make that type of change.
So what was it?
To this day, I don't know what this is.
Oh, I know
So,
it.
huh?
I know what it is. And the problem is we have so many people in the party that they'll sign your piece of paper and they'll just do what they want to do depending on what district you're in. And some counties will be like, whoa, you got to stick with it, or, we'll either unendorse you or we'll fight back at you and do that. Some of them, you just have these candidates who they get a little bit more power and they go, whatever, we'll see you in a couple of years when you're ready to get things done. So we haven't built in that space where we're holding people accountable for what we want them to do or what we want them not to do. We just have never built that into the system. In Riverside County, we had a candidate who said some incredibly crazy things about another candidate. And we had all these people calling to pull her endorsement, and I couldn't get anyone to have the conversation.
Mm.
And mind you, that is in the platform.
Right. Absolutely.
So it's like, we need to have a conversation about accountability.
Because how can you have party unity? And I feel like this is if we don't have this conversation, then when will we ever have a real honest conversation about party unity to accountability? Because you can't be accountable if you're not united. It'll always be a gray area, and things will be absolutely shady. And so with everything on the table, be it local or national, Tisa, what do you think, and how do you think, as delegates across the country and in your local area, that we get to that point of party unity? Because I think right now, while we're fighting to protect our vote, and we're fighting not just our local or in our local arenas, but on a federal level to protect our vote, that's going to take, if we're unified, we can easily have bipartisan conversations just for voting. But when we're looking at our people, our community members, voting locally, that's a really big deal. And then that's how our numbers sway with support. You know, people are already looking at creating other, you know, party platforms, you know, more than a two-party system. So how do we say that? What's your take?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is, number one, we have all these people who are coming in and who are becoming active. And quite frankly, they're getting this like taste in their mouth that's like, oh my God, politics is so slimy. But, you know, if you have a recipe that doesn't taste good, what do? You fix it, because you still got to eat. You still got to have still got to have a way of moving forward. And I think you don't lose that fighting spirit, whatever it takes, you know. I've had times in my life where I've been the only brown face in an entire room, sometimes for a long time, like a long time. And I've been like, I'm just going to sit here till someone else comes in, and I'm going to defend their right to come in, and then more and more and more, and then we build each other up. But we have to do that. We have to make space for those voices to come in. We have to encourage people to run in these ADEMs, to run in these central committee elections, to run and to get more of these seats, and to keep doing the right thing. Because it's one thing, yeah, but because you know that's that thing with human nature, right? We get
right. And are we back?
I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's the thing with human nature. That's what it.
That's
but
human
really
nature.
quick too.
We get a title and then it goes to our heads. We can't let it go to people's heads. We have to keep working.
Right. And so while since Restream, like I said, this is a Restream conspiracy. We get dropped like I feel like every other 5 minutes. But I wanted to bring in.
Well, I don't think everybody can see that, Gina. I don't think everybody can see that.
Once again,
so you know.
Okay, great. So once again, we're bringing in William Somerville. I call him the pastor of the revolution.
Before we do that, you know what? Because I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, William. I think before we do that, because we've got our Black Women Enterprise Spotlight host candidate. Guest is here with us, and I think it's good if we just get ahead of time, get her in and out, and then come back with both William and Tisa. So just give us 1 second, and we're going to roll our spotlight. And if you want to stay on for this, let me know. But we're going to bring her in right now. Go ahead and give our intro to our lovely guest, Ms. Commissioner Lawrence.
Have to get used to that title, you guys. So who we're about to speak with, she's very dear to me, my sister from another mister. We go way back. Some people say way back like flapjacks. I'm so proud to see her growth. This month, August, is also Support Black Business Month, and this is a Black Girl Magic platform filled with misfits that are consciously changing the system in our communities. However, we also are mindful that we have to support each other, and through that, we do it through business entities. One like this, Reflection Design, owned and operated by Anitra Terrell, who has been featured, in she's been on Aspire TV, Design Sponge. Her decor accessories just make you feel good. I own some. I know a lot of my friends, colleagues, and clients own some as well. Her following, you can find her at Reflection Design. But I'd love for us to chat with her and hear her story and support her business. So please give a warm welcome for my sister, our sister, Anitra Terrell, owner of Reflection Design. Hi, girl. Hey. Hey. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Okay, everybody's back. So, Anitra, I'll just start with the first question, but we should have a round robin because we've been supporting platforms, women-owned businesses on our platform. So please let us know. We want to hear your story. Please share your story. I can't talk enough about you because I'm a fan and a supporter. So please share your story, and I would love everybody else to ask you some questions regarding your entrepreneurial endeavors and your feelings about what we're going through. But go ahead and start.
Well, thank all of you so much for having me. It's truly an honor to share this space with such an amazing group of ladies, misfits. I love that because that's what this time calls for. You know, misfits in politics, misfits in business, misfits in education, on all forms. It's time for that type of mindset. So I'm honored to be amongst like-minded sisters. Reflection design, I started almost 6 years ago after being laid off. And instead of feeling, down about the situation, I decided to be still and listen and listen to myself and think about the times in my life where I was happiest, where I felt most alive, who was there, what was going on, where was I? And I kept going back to an 8-week time that I spent in Ghana, West Africa in 2006. That time period in my life kept coming up. It kept resonating as one of the most powerful and impactful times in my life. And so I said, I need to do something with that. It left such an impression on me. I need to do something with that experience and share it. And so I wasn't sure. While I was there, I was a textile buyer for a museum. I was also a Fulbright scholar working at the University of Cape Coast with faculty there developing marketing curriculum. And so I said, I have to do something with this experience. So fast forward to about 2014, I was laid off and I decided I'm going to combine all the different skills that I've acquired over the years, from education to marketing to event and exhibit production, and create a business showcases and highlights the artistry and the talent of African art and design. And reflection design was born out of that. Since then, it has been a whirlwind. Anyone in business will tell you the first few years are the toughest because you're still figuring everything out, figuring who you are in business, figuring out what your business is going to be and where you want to position yourself in the market. But since then, I've grown, as Malia mentioned, to have products now in several West DEM stores throughout California, to being featured in Essence Magazine, HGTV, Home and Gardens, and many other amazing publications. And so it just speaks to the people's thirst, if you will, for culture and thirst for seeing things that reflect who they are, which is what reflection design is all about. I truly believe that your home is the place where you should feel most at home. And in order to do that, you need to be surrounded by things that look like you, that remind you of yourself, that inspire you. And that is my goal with reflection design, is to offer products that help you do that.
Awesome. Thank you, Anitra. Does anyone have a question for Anitra before, I know it's a spotlight, so before we go? Otherwise, I want to find out why you think it's important to vote, Anitra. Do you?
Should I answer or should I wait for the
I was seeing if we had anybody go, but I just wanted to open the floor. But can you talk about the importance as a business owner, how important it is for you to vote during the spotlight hour?
Absolutely. So people like to say, let's vote with our dollars, and I believe that that's powerful. But I also believe it goes hand in hand with actually voting at the ballot, because in order for changes to happen on a local level, whether it be zoning, whether it be small business loans, and whether it be, just resources that are available to businesses, those have to happen through us letting our voices be heard. And voting is one of the best ways to let our voices be heard and to bring to the forefront what are the issues that we think are most important. Right now, one of the most important issues for business owners, especially those, because so many have been affected by COVID-19, is financing and resources. And so now is the time to, as I said before, let your voice be heard and look for candidates who are speaking to and have not only just talking, but also have actual strategies in place that they've demonstrated and spoke to that speak to the issues that matter to you, whether you're a business owner or not. But I do think that as business owners, it is important more than ever to get out and vote, and encourage other business owners in your circle to do the same. Because if not, we can't, look up and complain or say should, coulda, woulda, or why this, why not that, if we haven't exercised our right to vote for the things that we need to see take place.
Thank you so much. If we are, I know we're, Dina?
Yes, I have a 3-part question. First, what about living in Ghana inspired your work the most? I'd also like to know what is your top selling item? And I also heard that Ghana was offering citizenship, like return home citizenship for African Americans. And I wanted to know, did you take part in that? Did you take advantage of it?
First question, see how good my memory is. First question, what was it about Ghana? Well, I'll tell you, as I quickly mentioned earlier, I was there doing 2 different things. I was there doing academic work during the day, but in the afternoons and the evenings, I was in the marketplace. And that experience forever changed me. Seeing how mud cloth is made by hand, Adinkra cloth is made by hand, how kente cloth is woven using centuries-old traditions, seeing how men and women play a role in textile production. Not all women do the same things, not all men do the same things with the fabrics, but the beauty is they both touch it, they both play a part in it, and the result is absolutely beautiful across the board. So having the opportunity to witness that firsthand and learn about it, and learn the art of negotiation. We think in the U.S., we think we know negotiation. We might try to negotiate our salary, or we may negotiate with a friend or a loved one to get something. But it's not until you're in the marketplaces in Accra, Ghana, that you really learn the art of negotiation, because you're working with language differences oftentimes. They know that you are, you're not local. So they think, they try to one up you on the pricing, because they know you're not local. So just being open to having that experience, seeing how the textiles are made, and learning how to engage and interact with the community forever changed me. I cannot wait to go back. I did not participate in the citizenship yet. I'll say that. I'm still learning and deciding which country I would like to consider. But I'll tell you, dual citizenship is definitely something that is on the table for me. It's just a matter of deciding which country would be the best fit. Most popular product this season probably has been a tie between our woven baskets that are made in Uganda. See if I have one.
As Anitra finds that basket, there it is. There it is.
These have been the most popular items. They're absolutely gorgeous, woven by hand. This one's probably been number 1, as well as our jewelry. These are, I'm actually wearing a pair, but these bead earrings that are made in Kenya. Those 2 are probably, and they come in multiple colors, and they're absolutely beautiful. Kind of get a gauge on that. Those 2 items have been the most popular, because people are doing more calls, more Zoom calls, more meetings, and so they want to look cute and the little.
Yeah, we want to look fancy right here. I gotta jump. I'm sorry, sis. I know. I'm sorry to jump in real quick, but we have our delegates back on the line. We're gonna have to say goodbye, but not for long, to Anitra. You can find her online. But we have to say goodbye for now. I hate to cut her off, but I'm telling y'all, when you go to our page, when you go to our website, you're going to be amazed. I got a cutting board. Anitra, please tell people where they can get the home goods and the jewelry, and follow you to support all your endeavors.
You can find me on Instagram and Facebook at Reflection Design, and you can shop the collection at reflectiondesign.com. That's reflection with a K, not a C. reflectiondesign.com.
Yes.
Awesome. Beautiful stuff.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much. You're welcome. Thank you for
you,
joining us.
Anitra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anitra.
You're welcome.
All right.
Love
See
you.
next time. Love you.
Peace, Queen.
Okay. And now we are bringing in Brother William, our pastor in the movement, bringing Gina back in
Hallelujah.
for the Black Delegate discussion.
Boy, oh boy, I'm tickled black. I don't know how I feel. Greetings, Lady Queen Dallas, Queen Deanna, Queen Melina, Queen Tisa, right?
It's so good to meet you, William.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
You sound
Okay.
better now.
I sound better.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah. Where do we begin, or what's the situation?
So we were, we were talking, William, about, how are you perceiving or how are you dealing with this DNC? What are your thoughts? I think the misfits here, just to recap, we are the ones who don't necessarily fall in line. So as that type of delegate, how are you feeling about this DNC right now?
I feel like the DNC establishment got what they wanted with the COVID context that we're in. Being that they could not, they're not allowing protest in essence to happen. They're not, obviously they don't have the live feed. And as I believe we were all 2016 delegates too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are two-timers.
Lisa, you're 2016 too as well, right?
No, I was
Okay.
2012.
But
I got eased into
don't
it.
feel bad. Don't feel bad. And basically what I was going to say, or what I'm basically alluding to, is the fact that we do not get to have the front row seat to the corruption of the DNC like we had in 2016. And so that's the difference. And we go from there. But I like the fact that we are making our way through the back door. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Nina, big ups. And once again, thank you for welcoming me into you all's space, because it's sacred space. So yeah.
Thank you.
So I think that what we were discussing before we went to our Black Business Spotlight was the platform. And, we were talking about platform and rules at not just DNC, but also at the state level too. And I know you've got experience as a state level delegate too. So how do you feel about that platform that, like Tisa said, we couldn't even get Black Lives Matter to believe in or to be written into it?
Well, we couldn't get Black Lives Matter written into it, obviously. But also in this push and thrust for unity, they're asking more for uniformity. They're not asking for unity. And that's
well said.
And that's why you're the pastor of the revolution, man, because Lord, you just delivered.
And so that's, and I was articulating that. Big ups to Queen Dallas again for pushing me into the Tammy Mack show late night.
I don't know what happened. That ain't had nothing to do with me.
No, that totally, listen, you put me in a whole, you want to talk about put me in like crazy company, but it's all good, Much love for it. And
Did you show up, brother? Did you show up?
I'm showing up, and I got to show up again even tonight as best as we can. But
well, you know what? Shout out to the Tammy Mack Show and Fox Soul and Alicia Burke, the producer over there, and all the work that she's been doing to really, I won't say expose, but to really highlight every facet of the DNC and of
Yeah.
Black folks at Black Soul. So shout
Yeah,
out to
no,
them.
and 100%. The Black is very beautiful there. Make no mistake. And but to the point around the platform, I was articulating to them yesterday that Joe Biden and the Biden campaign is not really doing unity kind of stuff, or at least trying to meet us halfway. Obviously, not supporting Medicare for all being one, not supporting the three vice presidential candidates to meet us halfway on, i.e., most specifically Karen Bass, as a signal of unity. Once again, they're not asking for unity; they're asking for uniformity, and that's where the misfit Black queens are right now. And I'm on that island. So all day, let me know where I can be.
So actually, you have a good point,
You know
William.
what? Tell folks, William, where they can follow you.
Many places, many spaces right now. Well, clearly I serve as a pastor of Kingdom Come Community Church. You can find my sermons on YouTube that I'm cranking out in this COVID context, where I'm glad to say, or I claim Gina as a member already. But you can find me there. The Somerville Exchange, WeMoSum on Twitter, WeMoSum, WIMOSUM on Instagram, both places. But really, I'm following you all because you all are down and pounding the streets even more than I am. Unfortunately, in my silo of my current doctoral research that I'm doing right now, which, so that's the situation. Thank you for asking.
So we have some questions and things that came into the chat, and I don't want to, without staying too long on platform, we've got folks engaged and we want to keep hearing from them. So we've got a question that came in from Chavez Frazier regarding AOC, whom he is a fan. I completely understand how people who aren't in the know took AOC's nomination of Bernie as an act of rebellion. Right. So that was kind of came up earlier. And we know that there's a process at a convention, and I think a lot of people miss that. And I had a number of folks asking me about that. Why did Bernie get nominated? Well, we didn't come this far to not have a process. People voted, people became delegates, particularly here in California, where Bernie had the most delegates probably in the country. People, well, if the convention were actually in person, people would have paid their way to get there. So all of that has to have process. And the process is a nominations period, right? Where nominations take place. Okay, so if we have a record, if I go back 50 years and go look at the DNC's record, I want to know what happened, who was nominated, right? That's why we do that. So Joe Biden wasn't running alone. There was another person. And when history and the story is told, the history will say that Bernie Sanders was the other nomination that was made, and Joe made the vote, right, the vote tally. And it is what it is. So all of that has to happen. I think you would have even more of an uproar if they tried to skip nominations. That would have been very problematic for a lot of people. So,
I think part of the problem is that the average voter really doesn't understand how the nomination and primary process works. And all the delegates that are at the DNC and participating are not delegates for Biden. There are many delegates, including all of us, who were delegates for Sanders. And we had an obligation for the people that are in our community who were voting for Sanders to represent that vote. So when we go to the DNC as delegates, we have to cast our vote according to how our constituents wanted that vote cast. So
Indeed. Excuse me, sis. You raised the point that a lot of people were chatting about yesterday, and the other delegates weigh in on this too, please, if you may. Which was when Representative Cortez out of New York casted the vote for Bernie Sanders, Senator Sanders. I don't know about y'all, but I could hear or feel like that virtual, you know, kind of like, I thought we were supposed to be in unity, not uniformity, or uniformity, not in unity. You know what I mean? I'm using you, Pastor, your words. And so you could feel it, and people automatically was like, what? She disrupted in her intro. But to me, it was beautiful because even when Congresswoman Barbara Lee and help me out, Hilda Solis, when they did roll call out of Oakland, Bay Area, they said, and the numbers casted for Senator Sanders, and we can't discount how passionate our delegates here and just voters, period, you know, not even delegates, voted for Sanders in the previous election. And people are diehard fans and supporters. So that has to show.
Can I share?
I'm done. Yeah, I just had to get that out. I'm done.
And the fact that Bernie Sanders won the state of California, right?
Right.
Right. And be it did they report he having the larger number of delegates in California? No, because I thought
yes, he won California.
No, I know he won California, but when they made the announcement with Congresswoman Lee, and so.
Oh, you're saying during roll call?
During the roll call, right?
Yeah, I thought the numbers were mixed up because I wasn't sure at first versus what I heard versus what I saw.
Right.
Because it was different. That's the problem.
Yeah, okay, so I was listening right then. Okay, I was curious.
It was different. So he won more delegates.
Yeah, he won more delegates.
They went with the votes after the fact.
Exactly.
On our little ballots.
Right.
Right.
That's the problem.
Okay.
So before we get into, because you know we're getting ready to pull in the feed, I wanted to ask, because we had Bill Clinton that spoke last night. I wanted to ask people across our platforms that we're streaming on, which is several. We wanted to know, what did folks think of the Clintons' appearance? Comment, tell us your thoughts, share. Let us know what you think, and we'll come back to that during the dialogue during the course of this evening. I think Hillary is also scheduled to talk tonight.
Hillary is scheduled to talk
tonight. Anybody, if any?
Say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Who are you excited to hear tonight? I think someone may have a delay and their speaker is turned up a little bit. Is that possible?
Maybe. Let's see.
Okay. Not sure. Could be me. But what do you all think? Anybody you're excited to hear from?
This lineup, I was looking at the list. I don't know. I mean, I know most of us aren't even checking for it like that. I'll just be 100. So we have, just to go down for all the people viewing, on the list today to speak, we have Senator Elizabeth Warren. Performance by Billie Eilish. I'm trying to be like the announcers on the VMAs. Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Governor Tony Evers. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham.
Gina!
I wish I had a script.
No.
Keep going. You know it's going to talk about it the most. You know it's going to talk about it the most.
So, all right. So, performance by Jennifer Hudson. Singing under your spotlight. Okay, I'm done. And then we have a performance by Prince Royce. And then Senator Kamala Harris. And closing tonight will be President Barack Obama.
Woo!
Right. We got a heavy lineup coming in today.
The big dogs are in town now.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I mean, I'm always excited to see Obama.
It sounds like y'all feel like observers.
We are observers.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Let me not say I'm not. Well, no, I'm not excited. I'm gonna just put that out there. However, I'm respecting the space, respecting the event, and the symbolism for what it's worth. However, representation is still it has very little meaning for me now. It probably because, as most of you, we're on the inside of things, right? We're not your average voter anymore. That was taken away from most of us in 2016.
Our innocence.
Yeah, some of us even before that, i.e. Dallas, because you've been in the game for a minute. So you're the real like OG here. So
Just keep talking.
okay, carry on. But yeah, so no, that was it for me. That was it. I'm just looking to see if there's a plan tonight. I know from Monday, Joe is a decent man. I know from Tuesday, Joe cares. Now, between Monday and Tuesday, I know that Trump is evil. Now I need a plan. I need to know what their plan is, and the fact that their plan is going to reach the Electoral College voters and swing voters and conservative white Republican voters, because that's who I think Joe Biden is going after. I don't think he's going after any other voters all the same.
Yeah, we just had a good one pop up into the chat from Deidre Greenaway, where thank you, Deidre, for coming back, number one. But then she asked, we want Trump out of office, but do you think that Biden and Harris can win? What position do you think the Electoral College will take, considering that they admitted that they made a mistake with Trump? And in the hopes that they do win, do you think that there will be a rise in crimes against African-American women across the nation, the way that there was a rise in public executions by police when Obama was president? That's a loaded one.
Damn, that question is filled with Trump. Woo!
All right, so you all seem to be slow to respond, so I'll just jump in. Yes, I think they can win. I believe a little differently this time around. Although the numbers are still very shaky, I do believe that people really underestimate how many women, particularly white women, were not happy with Hillary Clinton and did not want, and were not going to cast their ballot. And I think that was a major misconception that folks just automatically made. And I think it's going to be a little different this time because people don't seem, for whatever reason, don't seem to have that same level of vile for Hillary Clinton. It could have a lot to do that she was a woman. I won't discount that. But I just don't believe that Joe Biden carries the level of hate or hateration that Hillary carried. And so I don't think he's going to have as hard a road to hoe, but he does need to make sure he's making big waves and a big presence in those states like Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin. I think we come back and get those states. We talked a little bit about that. So, yeah, I think they can. And, yes, I mean, listen, Black women have not stopped being under attack. The Black community in and of itself, the warfare, the daily warfare that's being enacted on our communities is not missed upon anyone in this conversation. And we just don't think that that's going to change just because it becomes in office. And I don't think it's going to be any worse or less. The fact of the matter is this is where we are, and we're becoming more vigilant and self-respect in our own selves as people. And I think it's making a difference. And that's why we're out. And people are out with us, thankfully.
Right.
I know Dina was saying something.
Well, hold on.
I'm seeing more passion now than I did a couple of days ago. I mean, like here in Riverside County, we went hard for Bernie. You know, it was the first office in the state of California was in Riverside. We were out there knocking on doors in places where nobody ever goes, like ever. So we had all these people that were like, maybe I'll make calls. Some people who were like on it, right? But a lot of people who were like not really into it. And now people are blowing up my phone, and it's quite honestly, I want Joe Biden to connect more, and I think we're gonna have to like put some shine on that conversation and maybe connect him a little bit more so people can get to know him. But right now, I'm honestly seeing a lot of people, as my sister likes to say, who want to vote for Kamala Harris and her friend's dad. And really, we have to get him to be more than her friend's dad and like, come out there and do some things that are a lot more progressive. And, you know, and I think he'll start to see that a little bit more because, I mean, I personally, all my interactions with Kamala, I've always tried to be like, come on, you know, and she's done some things out here in the Inland Empire that are actually really good. They're just not stuff we've ever put on camera. And I think she needs to lean into that, you know, and she needs to bring him into that throughout our country.
Dina, you were saying something?
Yes, thank you. Going back to what you said, Dallas, you know, and what Julia said in her question, you know, the violence, the anticipated and feared violence against Black women, that's a very real thing. And I'm in Marina Del Rey, California. And Marina Del Rey, for those who don't know, it's a very upscale community and for the most part, pretty integrated. But I have noticed that for the past 4 years, I have had, especially recently, within the past 2 months, I've had people, mostly white men, just approaching me on the street, calling me out of my name, N-words, B-words, accusing me of being a racist just because I have melanin. And I'm seeing more animosity towards me than I witnessed growing up south of the Mason-Dixon line in Southern Maryland. And that to me is just crazy. And we have to remember the man that's in the White House right now, this is what he's promoting. This is the movement that he is spurring. And I'm just pleading to everyone out there, you know, think of the person amongst you who has the least amount of privilege and vote in their best interest.
Yeah, and I would going in on that. I said that's a loaded question, and it's you know it's packed with trauma, and part of voting and part of what we're seeing in the midst of the murder of George Floyd, when we've seen all the protesters, all the youth, just all of like the reflection of America in the streets, not just in our country but throughout the world, for the first time, as much as it's like the opposition of fear and power and insight and this consciousness all raising up at the same time. So yes, this is a fight. And yes, this is a war. But at the same time, I feel like when we have and we think of each other in a uniform way, as united and not divided, as a community and not a solo artist, then we can literally come together and protect each other. Just like we're fighting to protect the vote, we have to protect Black women. We have to protect Black girls. We have to protect Black men. We have to protect Black boys, brown girls, brown boys. We have to protect each other. Like it's cliche, but like our lives depended on it, in order to make it to the polls before November 3rd or on November 3rd. So I'm glad you raised that question. And I think that we all need to say, are you safe? And when you're working the polls, if you're a poll worker or we're out in the streets organizing safely because of COVID, we have to remember that safety is first, because we are up against a machine that has disdain for people of color. And so I don't think we should ever lose sight of it, but we are protected, believe me.
But so I just want to add to that really quick. It's that, oh, look, it's Alfred. Sorry. A shout out to Alfred, too. We just saw him pop up. And so I just want to add to that. I did a live video this morning because I kind of, every time I feel some kind of way, I do a live video. And so I did a live video this morning and
listen, can we move to
Kamala's here?
See what she's saying? Sorry.
Jesus, Gina, we'll come back to your comment.
Enthusiasm for this election. You've also heard about obstacles and misinformation and folks making it harder for you to cast your ballot. So I think we need to ask ourselves, why don't they want us to vote? Why is there so much effort to silence our voices? And the answer is, when we vote, things change. When we vote, better. When we vote, address the need for all people with dignity and respect. And so each of us needs a plan, a voting plan. Joe and I want to make sure you're prepared. If you text VOTE to 30330, we'll help you come up with your plan. And remember deadlines and get ready to vote in your community. So send that text and encourage your family and friends to run too. Now let's enjoy another night of inspiration to our country. I'll see you a little tonight, and I turn it over to our friend and tonight's writer, Carrie Washington.
Carrie.
Shout out to Carrie.
Welcome of the Democratic National
Carrie.
Convention. I'm honored to be joining you as we continue to celebrate this unconventional convention. We're going to be hearing a lot more from Senator Harris later, I promise. But first, when I was in 7th grade, we memorized the preamble of the Constitution, and I've never, the first 15 words are, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union." We say perfect because our union is not without flaws. When our was written, women couldn't vote. Black people were considered 3/5 of a being, but they analyzed the work. No one is perfect. Nothing is. The striving toward justice and truth that distinguishes us. We fight for a more perfect union because we are fighting for the soul of this country and for lives. And right now, fight is real. Tonight, we hear from so many phenomenal working to help build that more perfect union. Speaker Pelosi, Secretary Hillary Clinton, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Governor Michelle Lujan. We're going to see an incredible performance from Jennifer Hudson, and a world premiere performance from Billie Eilish. We'll meet so many activists and organizers working to build a more juncture, and we're going to hear from our fourth president, Barack. A long way of saying to be forget right, filled voices, but the most important voice we hope to hear from tonight is the one we need to hear from most. It's yours. Because if we are going to repair the damage that has been done, if we are to finally realize we, the people, have to be involved, each and every one of us is you are. It's going to be your voice, your service, your actions us create union. Tonight, we're going to talk about where we're going. How many 90% of Americans support common sense gun laws. More to address the epidemic of guns. Let's start there.
Affected violence have to walk by a corner where their best friend and their nephew, where they were shot, and life goes on as if just watched a loved one die and get put in the grave. The whole point of what I'm saying here is until one of us or all of us stand up and say, I can't do this anymore. I can't sit by and watch the news treat these shootings like acts of God. Gun violence isn't just going to stop until there's a force fighting harder against it, and I'm going to do something to prevent it. They say that tougher gun laws do not decrease gun violence. We call BS! They say
We back. What you eating, Pastor?
No, that's my ice.
All right, I'm bringing it back in. But while we are here, I think we have another delegate. She may join us.
I'm loving these delegate surprises.
The meetup. We can't hear you, Gina. If you can hear us, you're on mute.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying I was giving a whole heartfelt conversation to the Parkland kids about them driving this gun violence conversation right after that happened. And, that's what's coming up next, America. A bunch of people, you have now an entire generation who knows nothing but the BS. And so they're so fed up that even as teenagers, they have been robbed of their adolescence. And now they have been put into full adult world, and here they come. So I'm here to make space for them, and I'm going to leave the door open. I'm going to guide them, and I think that's our responsibility right now as delegates, is we need to open the door. We need to guide more than anything. This energy is coming.
Definitely second that.
Yeah, seeing those images of those students, it just really hit.
And now, and activist Deandra Dykes.
In a split second, stray bullet shattered my life. My son was only 13. As a gifted and possibilities.
Just a baby.
Party. He was shot in the back, shattering his one. I changed lives for today. My does not talk. I know he knows me by the smile he's walking in his room. But I'm unsure if he knows the gun has changed his life. March, I've only been able to see my 3 times or hug him with 19. Tell me that I'm lucky. I'm blessed. Remind them in a wheelchair and unable to feed himself. I don't think Andre feels like he has to be bathed from head to or gets injections for muscle contractions. I am in a space of gratitude. Yes, I can touch DeAndre. I can hold his hand. But the child that I birthed is not able to live his dreams. And that hurts. Every day we're reminded that he may never be the same. We are not alone. Across America, there are those who know. That's why I'm a mom who stop this. President Trump, he doesn't care. He didn't care about the victims after Las Vegas, or I want a president who cares about our pain and grief. A president lobby to weapons and close the loopholes to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. Joe Biden has taken on advice and won, and he will do it again as president.
I've looked in the eyes of too many, and I mean literally scores of them, who've lost their children to gun violence. I've looked in the eyes of young people who survived school shootings. I made each of them a promise. I made myself a promise. I promised them, all of you, I will make this those families hurting across. I will never give up this fight.
I choose to find meaning. A girl that lands on a
Do you guys think that these commercials and stuff, because I've been looking at the trends and I've seen Vote Red 2020 trending with heavier background than DNC 2020, and I feel like, are we missing the mark on our messaging right now? I feel like, yeah, we're pulling at the heartstrings. We're talking about this But are we missing the mark with America on our messaging with this airtime? I notice we're not getting views. You know, the DNC is not really trending. So what do you guys think?
Let's address that after this segment.
Are ready. Violence. A safer America is possible. Forward, we choose courage.
I've known the darkest of days, days of pain and certain recovery. But confronted by despair, I've hope. Confronted by paralysis and aphasia, I responded with a determination. I put one in front of the other. I found one word and then I found another. My recovery is a daily fight, but fighting makes me strong. Words came easily today. I struggle to speak, but I have not lost my voice. America needs all of us to speak out, even when you have to fight to find the words. We can continue or we can act. We protect our families, our future. We can be on the right of history. We must elect Joe. He was there for me. He'll be there for you too. Join us in this fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you very much.
Tonight, we hear from many changemakers who are using their powers for good, who are working to confront the other epidemics we're facing. 19, structural racism, police violence against Black bodies, members of the trans community, facing so many challenges. To meet these challenges, we need systematic solutions. We need leaders who can see us, hear us, represent us, all of us. Nothing is more important than taking the time to make sure people are seen, heard, and believed in.
I was in DC. I remember I called my grandmother. I said goodbye, and she goes, "Oh my God, put him on." And his staff going like, "No, don't take the call." But and he points to his staffer and he goes like, "Go that way," and he sent his staffer away.
How could I not be endeared to him instantly? He talked to me for the next half hour.
I see Dan Bash from CNN there, and she says like, Senator Biden will be on in like 5, and he sends her away.
He asked me about my sons. He asked me about what I did. I know it was all about me, not about him.
And then he comes back to me then and goes, "It was lovely talking to your grandmother," and then he starts the interview with Dana Bash. It was unbelievable.
I must interject. At the very end of his chat with me, he said, I said, "Sure, what is it?" He said, "Tell me how I can grandson's hair." He was good-humored. He was sensitive. And here it is all these years later, and it's vivid in my mind.
You know, as much as I feel like I got to know him in that moment, he knows us. I know Joe because he listens. And whether he's heard your story or someone else's story, he cares about everyone's story.
He'll care about you. He'll care about himself.
What a beautiful story. Okay, now let's talk about another important issue, climate crisis. For decades. In 1986, while working as a senator, introduced one of the first climate bills in Congress. He's continued to listen to and work with climate advocates and activists, putting forward a plan to address climate change and create a clean energy economy.
There are battles that we need to fight and we need to win to succeed. But there's one issue that's an existential threat to all of us, and that is climate change.
The climate crisis is here, and we must act. It is the most issue of our time, and we deserve as such.
We no longer have any time to wait.
Our generation will bear the burden of past mistakes, but we benefit most from changing course now.
We know that in a couple of days,
Change the paradigm. Happens here with.
we should invest massively in geothermal, green infrastructure. Away from
This is my third appearance.
Renewables.
This is number 3.
Scientific
I should
policy.
have access to
I
Joe
need
Biden.
them, our children, my children, your children.
You did your due diligence, Gina.
That
You
needs
got
to happen
access.
now.
We waiting for the divine time.
The low ends it, we can afford nothing less.
I honestly don't even remember what I was talking about. I think I was still ripping on the platform, but they took the sound bites and made it into something good. So
That's what they do.
but
No, that's what meeting it does. That's what we supposed to
Good
do.
evening, America. I'm a state
Good.
of Mexico. I'm proud every
Might
single
have thought
day,
it was a
especially how we have
couple
punched above our weight in 19.
What is it?
I'm proud of New Mexicans from their consequences who have stepped.
Okay. She's the governor of New Mexico, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
To them. While they've been regulations on oil and gas, we've taken on polluters and held them accountable. Committed to a renewable energy and fulfilling careers
I think
for
this is
workers
where
all
we
across
get
our
back into
beautiful
the
state,
dialogue.
including right here in the heart
think
of
that's a
northern New
good spot.
Mexico. We're letting
It's noted that she's
America
talking about
can
environmental
and should look like.
justice.
Where we lead again for cleaner and more affordable cities and communities, where we provide meaningful opportunities for workers and families to thrive and build better
I
lives.
think this is where it
As
gets a little.
president,
Oh,
Joe
no,
Biden
is
is
that Gina?
redoing the International Climate Agreement, and the United
Where?
States will once again lead on this critical issue. At home, he'll invest in energy workers and he will deliver for working families across the U.S., helping them build meaningful careers while accelerating our nation and world into a clean, green 21st century and well beyond. We know time is running out to save our planet. We have the chance this November to end 2 existential crises, the Trump presidency and the environmental annihilation he represents. We have the chance this November to attack the climate, invest in green 21st century jobs, and embrace the clean energy revolution our country, our young people are crying out for, and the leadership the rest of the world is waiting for. The choice is clear. The choice is Joe Biden. Thank you, America.
Okay.
It's not a great choice, but it's a choice,
Rise
and
into
we're
a
going to
challenge.
choose it.
The,
We're gonna choose
What?
the moon was all
Then we're
three.
gonna have to talk about these green jobs.
The astronauts returned and reported a shift in Earth. The view they
Yeah, we
saw
gotta
of Earth from
bring the
space
volume down.
was profound. The world looked beautiful,
Yeah,
tiny,
we're going to bring the.
fragile. Our atmosphere is all that
And then
separates us from a blue. I'll
represent
call what they
the young
experienced
Democrat.
the overview effect.
I can barely hear your
Heritage
just
Point.
hear
Yeah, can you turn down the video
Such a
down?
long time. The burden.
Climate change is real though.
And
And
climate
tomorrow,
change
we're going to be dealing with the
disproportionately-
environment tomorrow.
Climate change disproportionately affects communities of color. And people don't think that, you know, the environmental conversation always seems to be a white hippie conversation, but it's not.
Right.
A lot of Black people, a lot of brown people, we care about the environment. And unfortunately, when they have these environmental hearings and they do these council meetings, it's always when we're working. It's always, they're not very accessible. And so we can't get our voice heard like,
Okay, I think I
in Beverly Hills might. So, it's really imperative that we make space for Black environmental activists.
Okay. Hi. Hi, everybody. This is 98's National Committee Woman to the DNC. Everyone.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
We're having a great conversation on environment, but I wanted to continue because one of my majors is urban environmental policy and the intersection between how it affects urban communities. So we can carry on that conversation.
And tomorrow, and we also have a full conversation on water and climate change tomorrow.
Okay.
So please, we'll work out the schedule for tomorrow if you could join us. We'll work it out.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you so much. It's crucial.
Well, I know that, William, you have to, this is really getting ready to turn into a Black Girl Magic and Politics party. And we love you, Pastor, and we thank you for joining us. But we know that you've got to get on to your bigger and better things with Fox Soul.
I'm only doing, make no mistake, I'm only doing it because you
love us.
You sent me there. So, yeah, only doing it because you sent me there. Make no
Well,
mistake.
I will allow you to return the favor anytime.
Okay. Yeah, make no mistake. The favors are coming.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And if you're done, come back and join us for the cool down. Come back in a little later after if you want to.
Okay.
After you get off with Fox.
Thank you.
Bye, Pastor.
All right, Melina, I'm loving your energy. So much energy. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Right,
Stay in the fight.
Right.
Stay in the fight.
I gotta take off too, everybody.
Bye,
Nice meeting you.
Thank you for
It's
popping
awesome
in.
meeting you. I haven't popped in about the environmental stuff. That's literally my bread and butter.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for tomorrow. We're going to be there.
Absolutely.
I feel like
Bye,
we
everybody.
all are.
Stay dope.
Thank you. Bye, Tisa.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, she was losing her connection. Oh, shoot. Sorry, Melina. Yes, so we're here. Oh, I'm going to pull back. I'm going to bring the feedback up, but I wanted to bring Brianna in so she could join the conversation and the discussion. She has been serving the last 5 years as the Young Dems National Committee Woman to the DNC. So she is actually a member of the DNC. She wasn't a committed delegate, right? Yeah, she was already a member of the DNC, and she cast her ballot as we all did. Well, we didn't cast the same. She cast it for Joe Biden. So we do have some Biden
business out there.
Because it's public record. She should because you should because
no, I'm not embarrassed. I know.
Hello. Everybody does what they have to do, and so I also have to say she is family on my mom's side. Her grandfather was State Senator Arthur Cartwright in the state of Michigan, and my mom's uncle. And my great uncle, and we have a great legacy of family there and service. And tell them a little something. She's been in Florida. She's got her law degree. She's a labor attorney. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop being embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm like,
Speak up.
So I don't have anything else to tell. we could just vibe and have a conversation. But yeah, that's me. Just serving.
What did you think so far? What did you think so far of? I mean, being virtually.
So I've attended the last 2 conventions, and this is different. I'm gonna give you guys pre-warning. In Florida, yesterday was election day, and I was a campaign manager for a candidate, and so I was really busy for most of the part. So I didn't really tune in that much on Monday, and I did miss my video state delegation with Biden. So I was trying to concentrate on local because local is very important. It's not just by the top of the tickets all the way down. And so I caught yesterday though, and I thought the roll call was amazing. I actually thought it was better than when it is live. I was like, we can keep this up. It was shorter. It was better. Like, I loved it. But it is different. I like that it's more inclusive to a lot of people who wouldn't have access.
Yeah.
I mean, it also gives me like it raises questions like, who are we doing this for, right? Because it's like, are we preaching to the choir? Like, you know, some of us we already kind of know, and does it bring as much energy and to go on the field? Because I don't know if you guys done campaigns. This is my second presidential campaign working. And it's ferocious. You get no sleep. People treat you like, I won't cuss on here, but you know how to fill in the blank. And you know, it's a lot of work. And so a lot of these things are actually, you know, they say it's insiders or whatever, brouhaha, but you get energy from your friends to go out on the field to do it again, right? And I don't think that's generating this. It's like, who is this really for? Like, okay, yeah, we know this stuff. Like, are they supposed to be speaking points? Like, what are we gonna do with this stuff? It's not the same feeling. But it's something. I mean, the production for the roll call was great.
It's a valid point.
Same thing. And you know what? We kind of had rolling in the background, and I really think, oh, is that Billie Eilish? Okay, hold on. Pause for the pause. We're gonna release the Misfit.
Who's building a team that shares our values. It starts with voting against Donald Trump and for Joe Biden. Silence is not, and we cannot sit this one out. We all have to vote like our lives and the world depend on it, because they do. The only way to be certain of the future is to make it. Please vote. I can't seem to focus.
Pre-recorded.
Seem to know not you. I'm you. Your complexion, your reflections. I do you understand? I've changed my mind, 'cause I'm in love with my.
I'm waiting for the song to
She
pick up.
said, I'm in love with my future. I heard that. It looks like she got a crew back there.
Just get to know myself. I know supposedly I'm lonely now. No, I'm supposed to be unhappy without someone. But aren't I someone? And I'll be yours again. But I'm in love with my future.
In a couple of years.
Billie Eilish. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to talk about something close to my heart. The Black community in this country is hugely diverse. On my father's side, I am descended from African Americans who came from slave ships that landed in South Carolina and who were part of the Great Migration North that has played such a defining role in who we are as a nation. On my mother's side, my grandparents came here as immigrants, part of a rich history that has also defined America. They immigrated to this country from the West Indies through Ellis Island in the 1920s. I often think about how my grandmother must have felt when she first saw the Statue of Liberty in her raised porch. My family's story is not unique. Unless you're Native American, your family came here from somewhere else. Whether it was 5 years ago or 200 years ago, whether it was by choice or by bondage. Etched into the DNA of who we are as a nation is the very idea that though you may be from somewhere else, you can find your home here. But that idea is in danger now more than ever before.
Tell me when I should start reading. Dear Donald Trump, my name is 11 years old. My mom is my best friend. She came to America as a teenager over 20 years ago with papers in search of a better life. She married my dad, who served as a Marine in South America, Africa, and Iraq. My mom worked hard and paid taxes, and the Obama administration told her she could stay. My dad got married to military families, so he voted for you to be Mr. President. He says after what you did to our family.
If a U.S. Marine had reported to Mexico.
Of protecting us, you tore our world apart.
My mom is a good person. She's not a criminal.
Now, my mom is gone, and she's been taken from us for no reason at all. Every day that passes, you deport more moms and dads and take them away from kids like me.
Them out. Day one.
Thousands of children from their parents, and you put them in jail. Some of those kids are now orphans because of you.
These are. I don't want them in our country. Animals.
My mom is a proud and mother of 2 American children. The president together, not tear them apart. Sincerely, Estella.
We back?
Yeah.
You know.
So before we go back into the watching, I felt like we were a little too quiet. I was getting.
No, let me turn homegirl down.
But I wanted to, they've been talking about some interesting topics: gun violence, immigration. The ICE, deporting parents. And to this day, as we speak, there are children and people in cages at the border right now, being exposed to COVID, who are not getting treatment. I mean, these are just basically breeding grounds of infection. So from, Brianna, I know you're new to the crew. How are you feeling? I think it's kind of something right now. We're fighting our Black Lives Matter movement. We're trying to fight for our right to exist and live. But also, as leaders, we can't necessarily ignore the fact that our brown brothers and sisters are going through their very own civil rights. So, how can we? I mean, we're intersecting. I see the intersecting coming. It's like we're getting there. But I mean, in Florida, how is that? What's that vibe like down there?
Well, I live in Miami, where there's huge immigration issues and sanctuary cities and so forth. Our governor is not that great for us. But I think one of the profound things, Dallas touched on it about my grandfather who legally couldn't go past a third grade education, but made so much for us. And within that is civil rights, right? And civil rights is for human rights. And so I think as long as that we're fighting for Black Lives Matter, that means, in essence, even though I hate when people say that, all lives matter, right? And so I think if we keep on our journey and work really hard, I think we create those pathways for a lot of other people. And I think within our fight in itself, we need to, if some of us haven't, be inclusive, right? The more that we have on our side, the more that we progress. And I think that's very, very important. There used to be this quote I used to like in college where it was like, you would say, oh, that's not me, that's not me. And then by the time it comes to you, no one else is around to help you. And so I think it's just about always thinking about others in the fight because we will need them. And just staying true to that. And it's important. I was chief of staff for a representative here, and we fought for Florida. Like you can't drive, you can't have a license unless you're a U.S. citizen. But there's huge accents and the issues with that. So learning how to segue properly these people into our nation, because honestly in Florida, we say as Black people, right, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue was built on our back, right? But a lot of the economy in Florida right now is built on those immigrant tax, and so we need to make sure that we keep our economy going and know where that comes from and take care of them.
Exactly. And so I think that, I keep explaining the Black Lives Matter movement as a movement of intersectionality. And I say that if you jump on this train with us right now, we're going to cross your intersection. We're going to hit your stop, whether it be healthcare, whether it be environment, whether it be, criminal justice, whether it be just equality, equity, gentrification. I'm like, the Black Lives Matter movement does encompass a lot of different stops, and we do have a lot of intersections. Unfortunately, thanks to Trump and the narrative that is being driven right now, Black Lives Matter is becoming more of a point of discontent on the national stage than it is becoming the narrative of discontent is being driven more than it is the narrative of unity. But when you really consider the what Black Lives Matter is, we are literally saying, I'm Black, I'm living, and I matter. And people are literally saying, no, you don't. And I'm like, okay, well, can I say that I'm Black and I'm living and do I exist? Can we admit that I'm here and I'm existing? What, Dallas, what was that? Dallas, were you saying something?
I got to give you the Miss Seeley. Oh, shoot. Oh, God.
The Miss Seeley.
Can you all hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
You're delayed.
You have a delay.
I think there's a delay.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're probably gonna. But yeah, that's what I was saying. We have to admit that we have a problem here, and like I said, the narrative is being driven negatively. But
sorry about that, folks. We're back. We just wanted to make sure we could hear each other. Breon, come back. I accidentally kicked Brianna. She'll be back. She'll be back.
So, that's the thing about the Black Lives Matter movement. It is intersectional. and it covers so many different avenues. But like I said, the narrative of discontent is being driven right now with the protests and the riots that a lot of them aren't even started by a Black person, number one. We're going to put that out there. I witnessed it personally here in Los Angeles, where a lot of the spray painting and things like that were started by a little white and Asian kid, where I yelled at them and scared. I'm pretty sure they cried when they left because I just cut them deeply. But, you know, I just have to, you know, drive that with that conversation that intersectionality is going to be the name of the game. We have to realize that even though we may look different, we may speak differently, be from different places, we have issues that we care about that we can join together to, you know, make happen. So, you know, from Florida to California, you know, I mean. We got some
yeah. Bobby, oh, stand up. Bobby, Bobby, darling, stand by me, baby. Want to stand by me, oh, stand, darling.
Who is that?
Is that Prince Royce?
Kind of cute.
Where my Latinos at? Come on. Royce.
Yeah, that's Prince Royce.
Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, baby, won't you stand by me? Oh,
shout out to Karen.
While we're listening to Chavez, yes, that's exactly where I got that from.
Baby was a star.
Yeah.
Mi gente, let's stand by each other. Don't forget to vote this November. But together we can make a change. No se olviden votar este noviembre en la que está la fuerza. Let's go.
Hey. But yeah, no, Chavez, that's exactly where I got that clip from.
Amazing.
I got that thing from that stand-up.
Next piece, you'll hear about the vital role that women have played in moving us toward a more...
they're getting ready to do the women's suffrage.
So we're going to pull that back up for the suffragette?
Oh, they get ready to go Hillary.
Oh,
Lord today.
I'm not too thrilled about that. So,
got to understand.
We're going to get to that.
What happened from here is in our hands.
She was called a rule breaker, rouse. And she is called agitator, the pushy one, the one with attitude.
Now is the time to stand up and say enough is enough.
Give me that hair, girl.
That hair was popping.
From the ballot box to the fat floor, from her living room to the ER. She makes
I wasn't
trouble.
going to call it out as a wig. I was just going to say that hair was popping. I wasn't going to call it out.
She is the mother who cries out for sensible gun laws.
Right and wrong.
No, I didn't say
The daughter who believes that it's justice for all.
For America.
The child who knows that Black lives matter. She is our war
But y'all couldn't put it in the platform, though.
challenging
Y'all couldn't put it in
authority to
the
make the
platform,
world
though.
safe.
That's hypocritical.
Above
That part.
the law.
Refusing to be told who makes decisions about her body or anyone else's.
These women and men of all ages, races, backgrounds, don't parenthood political statements. They come to get quality, affordable health care.
Advantage her because of her.
He said, with Donald Glover from More Business America.
And she knows that to change the world, you need to change the idea.
Shout out AOC.
This is mine and I control it. Because we are fighting for you every single day.
And her voice is heard by the women she elects to office.
We want families to succeed by empowering women.
When I first got elected, I came to Washington, D.C.
I
to fight for the issues of our community.
We look forward, though, to make this district well represented.
The thing that we raised
very
and ongoing to
inclusive.
November.
They
We are
did
doing
they did good on inclusive.
They fight for families. They fight for fairness, inclusion, justice.
To make our nation a more perfect union, especially for those people who are the most marginal.
Start the middle class. We've got to ensure that college is affordable. Separation of families and children are detrimental to their health.
The tools they need to seek justice.
Women are the most important force in the United States of America.
She represents her views on education.
We got to pay educators more and we got to hire more educators. Raise up the profile of teachers and celebrate who they are and give them better pay.
She represents her concerns about health care.
Health is the number one issue in this election every day.
She speaks out on equal pay.
It's very frustrating for women everywhere getting paid what they should be.
Focuses on protect children.
Let's give parents the peace of mind that their kids are and are being set up for success.
Our seniors and people who care for them. She keeps this nation going even in challenging times. And while running for office is not easy,
What's wrong with running for president of this country?
never she persists.
But we learned a long time ago.
I was sitting up here like, I know that voice.
And perseveres.
Our time.
Fail.
Although we the share this glass ceiling this time, it's got about 18 million credits in it. A record-breaking women ran midterms and
38 million now.
She builds coalitions, and she knows who her allies are. From the fight for fair to authoring the Violence Against Women's Act, to building a society where fairness, equality, and opportunity applies to everyone. Joe Biden knows America is one that works for women. So go celebrate, Bowser, you rule breaker, you forcer. Our country, our world need you. Rising and vote.
Is Dee Dee in the room?
The morning after the last election, said, we owe Donald Trump an open mind and the chance to lead. I meant it. The president deserves that. Trump came in with so much set up for him, a strong economy, plans for managing crises, including a pandemic. Yes, we Democrats would have disagreed with him on many things, but if he had put his own interests aside, seeing in a child ripped from border, or a protester calling for justice, or a family wiped out by natural disaster, that would have been a good thing for America and the world. I wish Donald Trump knew how to be a president, because America needs a president right now. Throughout this time of crisis, America can keep going, checking on neighbors, showing up to jobs as first responders, hospitals, grocery stores, nursing homes. Yes, it still takes a village. And we need leaders equal to this moment of sacrifice and service. We need Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Lord, today.
Everyone has a story about caring and empathy. I remember him calling after my mother, Dorothy, died.
There
and
are
about
women
being
somewhere that need
strong women.
To hear
the best
her.
testament to Joe is how he's cared for his family.
To get to the vote.
And great is it that Dr. Jill Biden plans to keep teaching as First Lady. And Joe picked the right partner in Kamala. She's relentless in the pursuit of justice and equity. And she's kind. When her press secretary, Tyrone Gale, was dying of cancer, she dropped everything to be with him in his final moments. I know something about slings and arrows she'll face me. This former district attorney and attorney general can handle them all.
Yeah, we couldn't
so
hear
this is the team to pull our nation back from the brink. But they can't do it without us. For 4 years, people have told me. I didn't realize how dangerous he was. I wish I could do it all over.
That
Or
white is
worse.
on point. I'm
Should have
not
voted.
mad at her. Suffragette.
She in
This
the
can't be
suffragette
another
movement.
woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah, but she always wears white.
If you
You
vote
guys
by
know that
mail,
white
request
is
it
a
now
symbol
and
of like
send it
honesty,
back
and
right
something
away.
color people want to
If you
believe.
vote in
Like,
person,
to be
do it
innocent
early.
and honest, then you wear white. Powerful red. If you want more honesty and truth, is blue. So Hillary's always wearing white.
Nancy Sanders warned us.
That's true. But
If
that's
Trump
But the
is
white is
reelected,
for
things
did a good
will
job.
get even
suffragettes.
worse.
The white is for
That's why we need
suffragette. That's
unity
why she
now more
always
than
wears it.
ever.
It's trying to crack
Remember in
people.
2016
It's
when
always
Trump
because of
asked,
that.
what do you have to
I don't think
lose?
it's the psychological.
Well, now we know our
It
health
could be,
care,
but
our
she says
jobs,
it's because of
our loved ones, our leadership
All
in
right,
the
Hillary.
world, and even our
Suffragette it
post
out.
office. But let's set our sights higher than getting one man out of the White House. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to give us so much to
sorry,
vote
Hill.
for.
We got to put you
Let's
on
vote
mute.
for the jobs
God
that
bless you,
Joe's
sister.
plan will create. Clean.
And the progressives probably like,
So
"Fuck them
listen,
girls." They like
Hillary's
Hillary
giving
Clinton.
her speech, and I think it's very important because I think she's gonna really appreciate that somewhere. And if it makes the right thing, which is not to vote for Donald Trump. Do that.
She's reaching out to the people in that crowd now.
Yeah. As she should. I feel like as she should. We have to do about face.
Control there. I
Say
think
that
she
again,
borrowed
darling.
Michelle, which Michelle's edge is snatch.
I'm in agreement,
Go
girl.
ahead.
Whoever flat ironed her hair did a great job.
So Chavez is saying that Hillary has the Cat William flip. Also did it.
Come on
Oh, Lord.
man.
This is the time for
even her posture.
If is Dee Dee in here, Melina?
I think we missed Dee Dee's window. It's 6:55.
Yeah.
Yeah, we missed her. She signed off.
Oh, I never saw her in. I didn't. I kept checking for her.
I just say what I thought it said. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pause.
But yeah, I mean, to me, well, to me, I mean, I'm just going to talk about it. I know that I posted this group and this watch party in a lot of progressive groups, and we still kind of feel some kind of way about Hillary. But I will say this. In 2016, I did not expect Hillary to lose. I didn't. I truly didn't have that on my bingo card. And through it happened. She lost. And so
What you scream, girl? Tell us.
So I didn't expect her to lose, I'll be honest, because in 2016, I remember telling other people, okay, yeah, let the queen have her crown, let the coronation occur. We're going to still push them on the issues. We're not going anywhere. We're going to still raise hell. That was the plan. The plan was, okay, Hillary, what was her running mate's name? Tim Kaine? Kaine. Anyway, they were going to win, and they were going to be president. We're still going to raise hell. That was the plan after the Philly DNC. And then it didn't happen. Now, granted, personally, that campaign to me is the epitome of what happens when you have an out of touch campaign. In my personal opinion, I put my pride aside and said, the Hillary campaign.
All right. Come back to us, Gina.
Come back, baby.
Come back. Come
back, baby. Okay, you said pride aside and what?
So I said pride aside at the DNC, and I said, well, and I was talking to Hillary folk, and I was telling them, hey, what the Hillary campaign has to do is not worry about us. Like, don't worry about us Bernie folk. Worry more about, and coming in touch with the people and getting the people inspired to come out and vote. And even at the DNC in 2016, they drove the fear campaign, Trump, 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 Trump. Y'all remember sitting in that convention center and watching those videos? It was like Trump, 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 Trump. It wasn't connecting with the people. Now, yeah, there is a little degree of sexism there. I will admit that. But at the same time, the Clintons are a very powerful team. You know what I mean? And I don't think the sexism played an integral role to her loss as much as the out of touchness of her campaign. And I don't think Russia played that much of a role in it as much as the out of touchness of her campaign, because the amount of people who did not vote was staggering. And that's why we lost. It was the amount of people who did not vote. And that's why it's important that everyone goes out and vote. If I have to swallow the bullet and vote and vote this way, then I think everyone else has to too.
I want to do a record of hands, because this is a group of Black women and progressive Black women. I want to do a group of hands of who voted for Secretary Clinton in 2016. Okay. Well, we have our answer. So you just answered your own question, Gina. Even though you're here in California, and
and that's why I did it. If I was still home in Indiana, or if I was like Brianna in Florida, absolutely, I would have voted for Hillary. I wouldn't even second guess that. But the blue coast is the West Coast. And so, to this time around, I'm not even giving people that benefit this time. But last time, like I said, if I was in a state that was critical, or if I was even back home in Indiana, but I understand how the Electoral College works. So that game I played was one. And like I said, I was still feeling some kind of way, and I was not feeling very accepted by the party. I wasn't feeling accepted at all. And I wasn't feeling heard. And, after the amount of thousands and thousands of dollars I invested, and so it was very hard, and I had to have a talk with myself. And I will admit I'm in a different space. Do I regret it? No. Because at that time, I wasn't elected to anything in the Democratic Party, so I didn't have an obligation. And after I fulfilled my delegate role, that was done. So now,
you didn't have. You said it. You were in California. She didn't lose California. That wasn't what required her to. Lose. We know this game. It's not a popular vote that wins the presidency. We have electoral colleges. And as long as we have those, we have to be strategic. And and we just didn't do the work we needed to do in Michigan and Wisconsin. And those would have been really key, easy grabs. Now, if you have, Brianna, are you on mute? Because I didn't hear you. But
I wanted to hear what you had to say, Brianna.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, no, I agree. As a native of Michigan, it was very tragic what occurred during 2016. Unfortunately, they said that they had it in the bag and they didn't want to turn around. Honestly, if you want to get just dirty with it, yesterday watching Bob King again with his endorsement, that was what happened in 2016. Giving no acknowledgement of the person who is now the nominee. We need to be united at this point.
Right.
And if we're not, what is it? United together, divided we fall.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no question about it. So Bob King, UAW president, the godfather of Detroit, talked all his stuff, during the primary. And unfortunately, those same people who look up to this person, who actually, that's why endorsements, now someone's like, what endorsements do? They matter, because there's certain people who listen and just go off of what so-and-so says. And so-and-so trashed Hillary the whole duration. And so then after, you'd be like, oh, no, you got to go vote for that girl. No, I don't. So we have more of the people who didn't raise their hands on this call, right? Because they thought it was fine. But I've been part of Michigan for a long time. And it's a swing state. It's more of a swing state. I love you, Florida. You're my home. But it's more of a swing state than here in Florida. So I'm working.
Absolutely.
I am down here building the trenches here in Florida. I'm up in Michigan too. Like these two states plus Philly, I should say whole Pennsylvania, but I've been working hard with the Pennsylvania Young Democrats. Those three states is what we need. And
absolutely
it's important to have these conversations. I know we're tired as Black people to hold our nose and vote. But what do we have?
And now,
Yeah.
exactly. Yep, exactly.
Right.
I also
Go ahead,
think
Melina.
I think that to your point, Gina, when you were saying how voters were not, let me just get to my point, because a lot happened in 2016. And the entire outcome, I'll never forget on election night. That was the first election across the street, downtown LA on Spring Street at the bar, Kamala's party, when Kamala's party, she became senator. And then right across the street on the opposite corner, I was party hopping, and people were anticipating the vote. So when everybody found out that 45 won, that was the first time I ever had a gut reaction about a bad decision. I'll never forget. My stomach was so upset, I almost hurled. And I was like, wow, this is not going to be good. And the reason I thought that too was for many reasons, but I think the buildup, when we saw at the convention in 2016 in Philly, as everybody mentioned, there was such a division. And even though I voted that day for Hillary, I knew that the moral compass, and was hoping that the moral compass of Senator Bernie Sanders was actually going to make it in on the agenda to get people to work and get American voters to really change the minds of the undecided because of that. But what we saw, and I'm saying that to ask everybody, what we saw in 2016, because we're still a house divided and now coming together, because we're seeing what's happening with Kamala being Black enough, being this enough, and people are like, just get in line, y'all. So if we get in line, as Black people, we just don't get in line. We got to get in line for something. So we need to figure out why it's so important. We know why it's important to get in line, but to get in line now, to move people into line, taking action. And I think that's a concern. My last point is this, because that's a whole nother conversation about party unity and just public unity, period. Because it's party and the public. Russia. When we found out that our elections were rigged, that was not a joke. I do not believe that Russia is not involved still in the American conspiracy of elections. I do believe Russia is, yes, I do believe Russia is still involved with rigging the elections. And I do believe that the president is still working with Russia. And I do believe a conversation that is not being talked about. I know Malcolm Nance, he talks about it a lot. But what we don't talk about as a country is the process of protecting our vote, just much like credit. When your credit is reported, somebody hacked your credit score, we need to look at how our voter information was hacked, because that means Russia has our social security numbers. They have our phone numbers, our emails, all these types of privatized information that's our personalized information, excuse me. And we don't talk about it, but we need to know how our states and how our federal government is protecting us, period, from Russia come November 3rd and beforehand.
So actually, to go a little deeper into that Russia talk, so it's Russia, you can't just say Russia without mentioning China. The Chinese have been involved, Russia's been involved, but I'm going to be that little socialist. So how many countries have we messed up? How many elections have we rigged? How many governments have we overthrown? I mean, we could talk about Gaddafi. Look at Libya. Yeah. Gaddafi to us was painted as a very terrible person, and people may still, they have their opinions, but Libya is in shambles and actually has a real live slave trade going on right now. And, so I'm not saying it's karma. We do need to make sure our information is protected. Absolutely. I do not want Putin knowing that, unless he's offering to pay my student loan debt, he doesn't need to have my social security number. Now, if bro wants to pay it, talk to me. But, nonetheless, I think that the conversation, we hit a paradigm shift that the political powers that be above me have missed this paradigm shift in the American ideology, which is people want someone who gives a damn. Point blank, period. And they can see through fake giving a damn. And that is what I noticed. And I didn't just not vote for Hillary because I then sow seeds of discontent throughout the country. I have family in Florida. I made sure they voted. Do you know how to vote? Are you going to vote? Okay, vote for Hillary. Family in Indiana, family in Michigan, family in Wisconsin. Hey, do you know how to vote? Okay, are you voting? Vote for Hillary. So I did the responsible thing, but I knew here on the Blue Coast, I did what I just well, fuck it. But nonetheless, and the conversation needs to not be one of shame. Shame begets anger. So anytime you go to a progressive and say, well, do you know what's at stake? Do you want 4 more years of Trump? You know what you're going to get? That's exactly what you're going to get. So I'm just being honest. I know that I've been, I'm trying to watch my tone policing, but I'm going to be 100% real. That's what's going on right now. We cannot expect progressives to fall in line because they were never Democrats to begin with. Bernie brought in a whole new slew of apolitical, left, green, blue, yellow, whatever people into the party. And, telling them and guilting them and shaming them isn't going to work. Now, on the opposite end, coming and yelling at people who are deciding to do this and vote for the Democratic ticket and support the Democratic ticket because they know how dangerous 4 more years of Trump is, coming at them isn't right either. What we have to do is just stop the shame.
5 million by the
What up, Nancy?
Over 100,000 have died. The science actually shows that we enact go save our lives, the life of our and McConnell and Donald. Instead of crushing, they're trying to crush the Affordable Care Act and its pre-existing conditions benefit. As Speaker of the House, I've seen firsthand Donald Trump's disrespect for facts, for working families, and for women in particular. Disrespect written into toward our health and our rights, not just conduct. But we know what he doesn't. That when women succeed, unleashing the power of women to take our rightful place in our national life. Right to choose and defending Roe v. Wade. Securing safe and affordable child, preserving Social Security and passing equal for equal. Who's standing in the way? Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. So here is our answer. We will remember when we will elect Joe Biden president, whose heart is full of love for America, and rid the country of Trump's heartless disregard for America's goodness. Joe thinks God gives him the courage to. Joe Biden's love gives him the strength to persevere. Joe Biden is the president we need right now. Battle-tested, forward-looking, honest, and authentic. He has never forgotten who he is fighting for.
Yeah.
And Kamala Harris is the vice president we need right now, committed to our Constitution.
I was thinking of a Wyclef Jean song. Going till November.
Nancy, at the first Women's Caucus, she actually said something that was really good, which was, don't agonize, organize. And I'm like, as much as me and Nancy don't see eye to
eye.
Speaker Pelosi. It stays that way. We need everyone to help fight our work, Joe Biden and Democrats up and down the ballot. If you are able, please go to Joe Biden now and chip in whatever you can to support this campaign. Last year, under Speaker Pelosi's leadership, the House authorized the violence against.
Okay.
But no, I was saying, I said one of Nancy had mentioned, or Speaker Pelosi, out of respect, had mentioned on the first. I'm a misfit. That's why I call. I rode with the name. But she did say one line that I really did like at the Women's Caucus on Monday, which was, don't agonize, organize. And that is the message. If anything, the DNC needs to be putting that out there right now. That is the new message. Don't agonize, organize. So I've been pushing that too. Like, it's time to organize. If you can't get behind a candidate, get behind the issue.
Right. Yes, that part. Yes. That. And I actually wanted to
Bigger snaps. Well, I know that it is. Hang on, Dina, before you get started. I know it's 3 hours ahead on the East Coast, and I don't want to keep Brianna. I know she's got work to do, and I know she's had an exhausting GOP. So, thank you. And I just want to say that I am so proud of the work that you've been doing to represent young Democrats across America. And you keep kicking butt. One day you are going to fill my great uncle's shoes and serve in a office. We just know it, and we're excited. Whatever it is you have. And Brianna works a lot with us at Ayers PAC, and we are looking forward to her next bigger venture. I said, okay, YBA, we've done that a while. It's time to come on in, folks, the grown folks party now. So, but she's been doing grown folk work. Let's be very clear.
Can we get
for a while now? Brianna is no newbie. Okay, she's been here for a while. You know, we had her around with us in 2012. She was just everywhere. We really are proud of you, Brianna. I look forward to seeing your next big thing. So talk to you soon. See you next time.
Thank you.
Bye, Brianna.
Bye. Thank you, Brianna.
Just to respond to Deidre real quick, she asked, but are there candidates get behind the issues, talking about Black Lives Matter? And Cori Bush was a Black Lives Matter activist who just won her primary out of St. Louis. So yeah, we're putting activists in the Beltway in the DC. It's just taking more time than maybe we want, but that's okay. Marquita Bradshaw out of Tennessee. She's another activist organizer who just got elected and won her primary. So we're working on it. It's happening. But it's just, we just got to keep running. Yeah. Go ahead. Now the spotlight is on Dina. She's been trying to talk. I'm so sorry. Dina, you got this. It's all you. I'm shutting up.
Please let the elder get in here for a moment.
Yes. Spotlight it.
They didn't know until you said so.
Hey, no shame in my game. I am the elder of the bunch, and I wear that badge proudly. But I wanted to go back to what you said earlier, Gina, talking about our progressive brothers and sisters and where a lot of them are right now. And yes, a lot of them are very salty and very angry, but they also need to step up and realize that when they were out in those streets marching for Black Lives Matter and marching on behalf of the violence against Black and brown people, that also came with a price. And that price is to continue to support us and to do what's best to protect us. And that is not letting Trump win.
And I said, we'll see who's with us at Christmas. That's my saying.
I'm still going to challenge these progressives that are, mad or on the fence. Like, if you were out there marching for Black Lives Matter, march for us on November 3rd. Right. And vote to keep us safe.
Right. There we go.
Oh, I love it.
And that's the conversation I had this morning, was that, I have to swallow this and do it because Trump is dangerous. And when I say there will be a race war, it is because we're not going to lay back and take the harassment and the racism anymore. If Trump keeps perpetuating this conversation of hate, Dallas, I see your face. And it is because this conversation of hate that Trump is allowing and validating this hate conversation so much that I noticed, because I'm friends with all spectrums of the political ideology, including the right wing. And I stay friends with some of them just to see how they're talking and how they're feeling. And let me tell you, it is not good. And if he continues to validate their feelings and saying that they're right, they're going to, well, the leader of the free world is saying they're right. Why would they think that they're wrong? And, and then I know in our community, we're mounting up too. Like, look at Stone Mountain and that militia. That's happening here in LA quietly. That's happening all over the country. So I see this tension building and coming, and it is our job to stop it from getting there. That is our job. We have to stop this right here and right now. We cannot allow this to go any further. And I know Joe's history very well, but at the same time,
I can Joe's history right now, not to cut you off, but
that they don't mention the crime bill.
Let's see.
Yeah, go ahead and bring it in.
All right. I think I've burned my finger off and it's not allowing me.
Oh no.
Okay.
Chavez Fraser just made a comment. He said progressives aren't truly progressive if they're willing to cut their nose off to spite their face. Ain't that the truth?
Well,
I mean,
it's like redefining every word, you know.
Yeah.
A word has meaning, but how do you use its meaning?
They came back around to Carrie. It was just another one of those little memories of Joe.
Yeah.
Joe's work. It seemed like without the words, it seemed like it was a memory and flashback with Joe's relationship to women and in government and community and.
We want to get more Carrie. Let's see what Carrie.
Fighting to keep their jobs. As Joe Biden says, we need to build better. To find out how you can join that effort, please text JOIN to 30330 to get plugged into this campaign and to get more information on how to vote and how to volunteer. Joe Biden has a plan to help working families and small businesses. Our next speaker worked alongside him as Secretary of Labor to make sure that there were good Americans and that Americans were safe on the job. To hear more about the Biden-Harris economic plan, please welcome Hilda Solis.
Okay, now this is a Cali girl, so we're going to bring her in.
Hello, I'm Hilda Solis. The day Vice President Biden swore me in as Secretary of Labor was one of the proudest moments of my life.
Yeah.
My parents realized they'd achieved their American dream because the daughter of two blue-collar immigrants make history and give voice to people just like them.
We're hoping for Holly Mitchell.
American workers need a fighter now more than ever. And Biden is that person because he had four, and I've seen it firsthand. He and President Obama made it easier for home care workers to organize. They gave overtime pay to more than 4 million workers. They saved the automobile industry and a whole lot of good union jobs with it. And when millions of families lost their homes, my friend from California, Senator Kamala Harris, took on the big banks and won. But because of Donald Trump's failures, we must again rescue a sinking economy. Millions of Americans are out of work, and communities of color are the hardest hit. Millions of essential workers are putting themselves at risk with little protections, and millions more are just plain tired. That's why Joe Biden and Harris actually have a plan, not only to recover what we lost, but to improve upon it, to build back better. Creating 5 million good union jobs by bringing back supply chains to America, that's building back better. Creating millions of jobs by investing in clean energy, that's building back better. And making sure that working families can afford childcare, that's how we build back better. So let me borrow and slightly edit something Joe Biden said at my swearing in. When it comes to expanding the economy for all people, no one is going to be a stronger voice than our next president, Joe Biden. The conversation you're about to see proves it.
Behind every business, there's a story.
Businesses around the country are bearing the economic brunt of the coronavirus pandemic.
And behind every business, there's a family.
A lot of people clearly are in pain right now.
For every farm, there's a fight to stay whole.
There's hard work.
And there's heartbreak.
We are going to lose 20 to 30% of our small businesses.
Bertrand! Shout out to Bertrand Perdomo.
This is the story of Kevin and Molly Johnson, family-owned business in Lake County, Ohio.
We have
10 to 12 employees on a given day. When COVID-19 hit, it was a lot of confusion.
I remember being scared and being uncertain.
We shut down last week because we ran out of work, and we had enough to come in for another week. If we don't get additional orders in, we're going to have to look at another shutdown.
You can't make a big purchase equipment plan for the future.
We don't even know if we can cover payroll. When this isn't going well, it's scary.
You're kind of forgotten, right? The president always bragging about the stock market sort of leaves a lot of small manufacturing companies behind.
We could use a little help right now, and it just seems like we get one step forward and then 2 steps back.
This is the story of Jernay Green. Just started a clothing store, and then COVID hit.
COVID,
Fashion
killing black
been
business.
A love of mine since I was a kid. I worked really hard to save money to open this store. Did my ribbon cutting December 14th of 2019, and it was booming. And then, bam, where's COVID? It was scary. No one was buying anything. My employees, they're gone. I reached out to my bank, but they stated that they had no money. It's gone to a lot of businesses, $1 million businesses who get the bailout, and a small business like myself is just left to struggle. Being an African-American male business owner under President Trump, I feel, how can I say, I'm alone. I'm alone.
This is the story of
real
Linda
talk,
and her 2.
That is real talk.
One
Yeah.
closed and one still open.
It's always really hard for restaurants to begin. It would be crowded in here with babies and families and crowds outside waiting to get in.
So I think
it was
this
pretty exciting. And on the day we were actually reviewed in the Los Angeles Times, on that day, the virus was announced as a global pandemic.
It's really, really sad to see. And if we don't turn this around soon, I mean, we're going to see this not just be this year, but you're going to see ghost town for Main Street USA.
The first decision that I had to make, because 100 people are, and unfortunately the call was to furlough everybody. At that point, I don't even see myself in business next month.
¿Qué efecto de este pandemia ha sido en su trabajo y su espíritu?
Difícil, mucho más trabajo. Yo voy a hacer todo lo posible por salvar el restaurante.
We don't ask for much from government, but catch us when we're falling. And I know that it must feel like you're falling right now without a net.
Restaurants are among the hardest businesses to succeed at, but I was going to do it in a way that was going to provide a successful career for not only myself.
Ooh, they stream getting on my damn nerves.
What happened?
Dallas told me positive energy.
While she's working on that, let's go to some of the comments.
Yes, absolutely. What are people
really
saying?
shocked me. This came in from Deirdre Greenway, and she says voter suppression is rampant.
My bad, y'all.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Dina.
All right, I was trying to turn that off.
Yeah,
I found a faster way to go to mute, by the way, so that works.
Yeah, she said voter suppression was really bad right now in the Antelope Valley, and they actually stopped delivering the mail. And she's having to go to the post office to pick up her mail. And she was asking what advice we had for voters who are experiencing this level of voter.
There are a couple of great questions that came out of this round. And so I definitely think when we talk about this whole voter suppression issue, this isn't a new issue for Black folks. We've been, as somebody who lived in Florida briefly for college, and was turned away from the polls in 2000 when that man, George Herbert Walker Bush, got in. I know some of y'all are friends with him now. I'm not friends with him now. But yeah, we got some Dems that are really lovey-dovey with George. I'm not that lovey-dovey with George. I'm very clear about who he is. Right. But I do think that we know that we have to go directly to the polls. I put my ballot in the ballot box, not the mailbox. I go and I vote early. Sometimes I go all the way to the registrar and vote at the registrar. I am not leaving my ballot up to chance with the post office. The post office is telling all of you, in case you are missing this memo, and I'm going to go big on this one, the post office is telling you, in case you are missing the memo, that they are not going to deliver your mail. And you cannot depend on them to deliver your mail. So what you have to do is organize, get with your church, your community groups, all of your local neighborhood associations, help the young, the older, the elderly, help them get to the polls, help them get their ballot to the ballot box. Do everything possible to deliver that ballot to the ballot box. You cannot, at this point, be dependent upon the Postal Service. We can't do it, folks. Don't do it.
So I just want to add to what you were saying, Dallas, and I'm going to throw this in our chat here in a minute. So in California, we have ballot tracks, and ballot tracks tracks your ballot from the time it is sent out to the time you send it back and to the time that it is counted. And that is a software I'm going to be promoting the hell out of, because some of us, we're still going to do vote by mail, and I get it. But this is, if you can sign up for it right now, and I'll put the link in the chat here in a minute when I can type and get my greasy fingers off this popcorn. But ballot tracks will track your ballot. I used it during the primary and it worked. Now, granted, we weren't having the issues with the post office, but at least you know when that ballot is coming out and when to, that means, okay, well, the ballot was sent out. That means now, okay, I should expect it. If it goes past 2 weeks from when you get that email that the ballot has been sent out, then you need to contact your registrar's office and let them know I still have not received my ballot. It was sent out 2 weeks ago. I got the email. And then when your ballot gets sent back, you get an email when it's received. You get an email when it's counted. And that's how you know your ballot did count. So if you live in the state of California, I suggest signing up for ballot tracks. I will put the link in the chat. Ballot tracks, I did see that they had a national website, but I don't know what other states they're affiliated with. So I think that was a really good resource. I just wanted to throw that in there. So I'm going to put it in the chat right now with my greasy popcorn fingers.
I also use it as well, and there are other states that participate in it. So go on that website and make sure if your state is participating that you sign up for that.
Joe and Kamala.
I'll wait till
it's
school, university.
Y'all know I still got my feelings about Lizzie Pooh.
Every child. There's just one plan, but it gives you an idea of how we get this country working for everyone. Donald Trump's ignorance and incompetence have always been a danger to our country. COVID-19 was Trump's biggest test. He failed miserably. Today, America has the most COVID deaths in the world and an economic collapse. And both crises are falling hardest on Black and brown families. Millions out of work, millions more trapped in cycles of poverty, millions on the brink of losing their homes, millions of restaurants and stores hanging by a thread. This crisis is bad, and it didn't have to be that way. This crisis on Donald Trump and the Republic who enable him. On November 3rd, we will hold them all accountable. So, whether you're planning to vote wearing a mask or vote by mail, please take out your phone right now and text VOTE 30330. We all need to be in the fight to get Joe and Kamala elected. And after November, we all need to stay in the fight to get big things done. We stay in this fight so that when our children and our grandchildren ask what we did during this dark chapter in our nation's history, we will be able to look them squarely in the eye and say, we organized, we persisted, and we changed America.
All Okay.
Former President Barack Obama
Okay,
has said
that
that
was
choosing
good.
Joe Biden to be his vice president was one of the
Okay, I
best
think Brock is
decisions he
getting
ever
ready to
made.
come up.
And this is a
He's
man who
live
has made
right
a lot
now
of good
on his
decisions, making healthcare more affordable and accessible,
Facebook.
rescuing our economy,
So he must be.
protecting American jobs,
I don't know if
marrying
if there's still a delay
Michelle
in their
Obama.
feed,
And through it all,
but it
Joe
sounds like you
Biden
may
was
be
by
Well,
his
this is
side.
the
Except
convention
maybe
feed.
Mary
It's caught
Michelle.
up.
You can witness
Okay.
their mutual
But on
respect and affection in
Facebook
this
is showing
clip.
Barack
Take a look.
already.
While we're
So,
never mind.
Joe,
I'll wait.
for your faith in your fellow Americans,
It's like Joe.
for your love of country, and for your lifetime of service that will endure through the generations, I'd like to ask
What
the
class did he
military
take
aide
to
to
speak
join us
that
on
way?
stage. For the final time as president, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
We couldn't even handle that.
I tell you, Joe got some humility though. I like his vulnerable side. He got some humility.
No, Joe is actually, I love Joe as like Obama's VP, those cute little ice cream memes that they used to do all the time. I love that. Like, I thought Joe was such a cute, like, I was like, oh, Joe and his ice cream. I love that.
He's a family man. I mean, maybe because too, I grew up in Delaware and I've seen some of his behaviors. I have a local bias for how he took care of his state. But there's a lot of work to do in Delaware now.
Level of veneration, an honor
It's ridiculous.
my three
Especially
most
with our
recent
youth.
successors reserved for only three others:
Youth
Pope John Paul
employment.
II, President Ronald Reagan,
Dropout
and
level.
Admiral Colin Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, I award the Presidential Medal of Freedom with distinction to my brother, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr. Will the aide please read the citation?
Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. In a career of public service spanning nearly half a century, Vice
No, they
President
don't show
Joseph
all of
R.
this.
Biden, Jr. has left his
Probably
mark on
not.
almost every part of our nation,
But I will say that for
fighting for
all
a stronger
those
middle
earlier
class,
mistakes,
a
he has
fairer judicial
grown
system, and a smarter foreign policy,
tremendously.
providing unyielding support for our troops, combating crime and violence against women, leading our quest to cure cancer, and safe landmark American Recovery and Reinvestment Act corruption.
So I'll also say,
With his charm, candor,
it's going to really,
optimism,
how Joe
and
picks
deep
his
and
cabinet is going to
patriotism,
really determine what's
Joe
going to
Biden
happen.
has garnered the
Who's
respect
in
of
Joe's
colleagues
cabinet
of both
is going to be
parties,
everything, because
and the
Joe,
friendship
I
of
think,
people across and around the
will
world.
be taking a lot of
While
lead from his
strength,
VP
faith,
and from his cabinet.
great,
So who he picks in that
great
cabinet, yeah.
Scranton, Claymont, and Washington has become one of the most influential vice presidents in American history. An accolade that nonetheless rests firmly behind his legacy as husband, father, and grandfather. Thanks, Vice President Joseph R. Biden, Jr., for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
Oh, show it off. Somebody said, throw this in the queue.
What they say?
I said, somebody throw this in the queue. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. As you've seen by now, this isn't a normal convention. It's not a normal time.
Tell us about it.
So tonight, I want to talk as plainly as I can about the stakes in this election. Because what we do these next 76 days will echo through generations to come. I'm in Philadelphia, where our Constitution was written and signed. It wasn't a big document. It allowed for the inhumanity of slavery and failed to guarantee women, and even men who own property, the right to participate in the political process. But embedded in this document was a North Star that would guide future generations. A system of representative government, through which we could better realize our highest ideals. Through civil war and bitter struggles, improve this Constitution, to voices of those who'd once been left out. And gradually we made this country more just and more equal and more free. The one constitutional office elected by all of the people is the presidency. So at a minimum, we should expect a president to feel a sense of responsibility for the safety and welfare of all 330 million of us, regardless of what we look like, how we worship, who we love, how money we have, or who we voted for. But we should also expect a president to be the custodian of this democracy. We should expect that regardless of ego, ambition, or political beliefs, the president will preserve, protect, and defend the freedoms and ideals that so many Americans marched, went to jail for, fought for, and died for. I have sat in the Oval Office with both of the men who are running for president. I never expected that my successor would embrace my vision or continue my policies. I did hope, for the sake of our country, that Donald Trump might show some interest in taking the job seriously. That he might come to feel the weight of the office and discover some reverence for the democracy that had been placed in his care. But he never did. For close to 4 years now, he has shown no interest in putting in the work. No interest in finding common ground. No interest in using the awesome power of his office to help anyone but himself and his friends. No interest in treating the presidency as anything but one more reality show that he can use to get the attention he craves. Donald Trump hasn't grown into the job because he can't. And the consequences of that failure are severe. 170,000 Americans dead. Millions of jobs gone, while those at the top taken more than ever. Our worst impulses unleashed. Our proud reputation around the world badly diminished. And our democratic institutions threatened ever before.
Oh, no.
Oof, child. We have to hear
You got it.
He came to admire about Joe Biden is his resilience, born of too much struggle, his empathy, born of too much grief, and who learned early on to treat every person he meets with respect and dignity, living by the words his parents taught him. No one's better than you, Joe. Better than nobody. That empathy, see, that everybody counts. That's who Joe is. When he talks with someone who's lost her job, Joe remembers the night his father sat him down to say that he'd lost his. When Joe listens to a parent who's trying to hold it all together right now, he does it as a single dad. Took the train back to Wilmington each and every night so he could tuck his kids into bed. When he meets with military families who've lost their hero. He does it as a kindred spirit, the parent, American soldier. Somebody whose faith has endured the hardest loss there is. Joe was the last one in the room whenever I faced a big decision. He made me a better president, and he's got the character and the experience to make us a better country. And in my friend Kamala Harris, he's chosen an ideal partner. He is more than prepared for the job. Someone who knows what it's like to overcome barriers and who's made a career fighting to help others live out their own American dream. Along with the experience needed to get things done, Joe and Kamala have concrete policy to turn their vision of a better, fairer, stronger country into reality. They will get this pandemic under control, like Joe did when he helped me manage H1N1 and prevent an Ebola outbreak from reaching our shores. They'll expand healthcare to more Americans, like Joe and I did 10 years ago, when he helped craft the Affordable Care Act and nail down the votes to make it the law. They'll rescue the economy, like Joe helped me do after the Great Recession. I asked him to manage the Recovery Act, which jump-started the longest stretch of job growth in history. And he sees this moment now, not as a chance to get back to where we were, but to make overdue changes so that our economy actually makes life a little easier for everybody. Whether it's a waitress trying to raise a kid on her own, worker always on the edge of getting laid off, or the student figuring out how to pay for next.
Yes, Barack. Yes, Barack.
Joe and Kamala are standing in the world. And as we've learned from this pandemic, that matters. Joe knows the world, and the world knows him.
Yep.
He knows that our true strength comes from setting an example that wants to follow. A nation that stands with democracy, not dictators. A nation that can inspire and mobilize others to overcome threats like climate change and terrorism, poverty, and disease.
I still think Obama took a class to speak this way.
But more than
he took an orator's course.
Yeah, it's called English.
Of course.
What I know,
it's like Toastmasters, but it's a training.
Right. It's like an orator. It's like an orator's course that you can take that gets you that really teaches.
I believe that in a democracy, the right to vote is sacred, and we should be making it easier for people to cast their ballots, not harder. I believe that no one, including the president, is above the law, and that no public official, including the president, should use their office to enrich themselves or their supporters. They understand that in democracy, the commander-in-chief does not use the men and women of our military who are willing to risk everything to protect our nation as political props to deploy against peaceful protesters on our own soil. They understand that political opponents aren't un-American just because they disagree with you. The free press isn't the enemy, but the way we hold officials accountable. That our ability to work together to solve big problems like the pandemic depend on a fidelity to facts and science
we
and
didn't
logic.
do as well as that.
And not just making stuff up.
Barack, we will get the next one.
None of this should be controversial.
Where'd Gina go?
Be Republican principles or Democratic
She's in
principles.
here
They are
trying to get
American principles. But at this moment, this president and those who enable him have shown they don't believe in these things. Tonight, I'm asking you to believe in Joe and Kamala's ability to lead this country out of these dark times.
Just ask us to vote, Barack. Shit.
But here's the thing. No single
Dude, I've been
American
waiting for him
can
to say that
fix
for
this
like the
country
last
alone.
10 minutes.
Not even.
I don't want y'all to get on me.
Democracy was never meant to be
I'm gonna sit here and be
transactional.
quiet.
You give me your vote.
That was restrained.
It requires an active and informed citizenry. So I'm also asking you to believe in your own ability, to embrace your own responsibility as citizens.
Michelle Obama from the other night.
To make sure that the basic tenets of our democracy endure. Because that's what's at stake right now. Our democracy. Look, I understand why a lot of Americans are down on government. The way the rules have been set up and abused in Congress make it easier for special interests to stop progress than to make progress. Believe me, I know it. I understand why a white factory worker who's seen his wages cut or his job might feel like the government no longer looks out for him, and why a black mom might feel like it never looked out for her at all. I understand why a new immigrant might look around this country and wonder whether there's still a place for him here. Why a young person might look at politics right now, the circus of it all, the meanness and the lies and conspiracy theories, and think, what is the point? Well, here's the point. This president and those in power, those who benefit from keeping things the way they are counting on your cynicism. They know they can't win you over with their policies. So they're hoping to make it as hard as possible for you to vote and to convince you that your vote does not matter. That is how they win. That is how they get to keep making decisions that affect your life and the lives of the people you love. That's how the economy will keep getting to the wealthy and well-connected. How our health systems will let more people fall through the cracks. That's how a democracy withers, until it's no democracy at all. And we cannot let that happen. Do not let them take away your power. Do not let them take away your democracy. Make a plan right now for how you are going to get involved and vote. Do it as early as you can and tell your family and friends how they can vote too. Do what Americans have done for over 2 centuries when faced with even tougher times than this. All those quiet heroes who found the courage to keep marching, keep pushing in the face of hardship and injustice. Last month, we lost a giant of American democracy in John Lewis. And some years ago, I sat down with John and a few remaining leaders of the early civil rights movement. One of them told me he never imagined he'd walk into the White House and see a president who looked like his grandson. And then he told me that he had left. And it turned out that on the very day that I was born, he was marching into a jail cell, trying to end Jim Crow segregation in the South.
All right.
What we do echoes through generations. Whatever our backgrounds, we are all the children of America, the good fight. Great-grandparents working in fire traps and sweatshops without rights or representation. Farmers losing their dreams to dust. Irish and Italians and Asians and Latinos told, go back where you come from. Jews and Catholics, Muslims and Sikhs made to suspect for the way they worshipped. Black and chained and whipped and hanged, spit on for trying to sit at lunch counters, beaten for trying to vote. If anyone had a right to believe that this democracy did not work and could not work, it was those Americans, our ancestors. They were on the receiving end of a democracy that had fallen short all their lives. They knew how far the daily reality of America strayed from the myth. And yet, instead of giving up, they joined together. And they said, somehow, some way, we are going to make this work. We are going to bring those words in our founding documents to life. I have seen that same spirit rising these past few years. Folks of every age and background who packed city centers and airports and rural roads so that families wouldn't be separated, so that another classroom wouldn't get shot up, so that our kids won't grow up on an uninhabitable planet. Americans of all races joining together to declare, in the face of injustice and brutality at the hands of the state, that Black Lives Matter. No more, but no less. So that no child in this country feels the continuing sting of racism.
So he said no more, no less. Interesting.
To the young people who led us this summer, telling us we need to be better, in so many ways, you are this country's dreams fulfilled. Earlier generations had to be persuaded that everyone has equal worth. For you, it's a given, a conviction. And what I want you to know is that for all its messiness and frustrations, your system of self-government can be harnessed to help you realize those convictions for all of us. You can give our democracy new meaning. You can take it to a better place.
Vote, young people.
You're the missing ingredient. The ones who will decide whether or not America becomes a country that fully lives up to its creed. That work will continue long after this election. But any chance of success depends
These young people have to get out there and vote.
Definitely.
Yeah, because they're also another group that likes to go out and march and protest. But hey, march to that ballot box, November 3rd. That's the most important march you'll ever be in.
Mm-hmm. And bring your friends, squad up. You know, you can go to organizations, they have platforms like When We All Vote, Be Woke Vote, the Urban League. If you're looking for organizations to join or follow.
All right. Pretty much it.
It ended.
Be safe, guys.
Dean and I were talking about the importance of young voters, where President Obama was leading off.
Okay, I think we're getting ready to go into Kamala, so I'm gonna just patch her back in. So.
I will say we should be a little bit.
Bringing her in.
Well, no, I think we need to be a little bit more interactive. I think we're too quiet right now, so we should also add a little commentary in.
For Vice President. In accordance with our rules, Vice President Biden has nominated Senator Kamala Harris as his vice presidential candidate. Our rules further provide that if only one candidate is nominated for vice president, the chair tries to declare the nominee the Democratic candidate for vice president.
All right.
As such, with only one nominee received and pursuant to our rules, I hereby declare that Kamala Harris is elected as the Democratic candidate for Vice President.
Woo! Get in there and do something, Kamala.
I'm pleased to report that Vice Presidential candidate Kamala Harris has been invited to deliver an acceptance speech.
Harris is my auntie.
My stepmom.
My big sister, which means you'll always be my sister.
And there are some things we'd like to share with you. To my brother and me, you'll always be Mamala, the world's greatest stepmom.
You're my role model who taught me I could do and be anything I wanted. My very first friend, my confidant, my partner in mischief and in justice.
You're a rock, not just for our dad, but for 3 generations of our big blended.
You showed me the importance of public service and made sure I grew up surrounded by smart, strong, ambitious women every day. Growing up, heaven help the poor kid who picked up because my big sister would be there in a flash, rub my back. Well, now we've got your back. Joe, fight to protect our democracy.
And there's no union more perfect than the one that brings to your kitchen table every Sunday night for stir-fed chicken or spaghetti and meatball family dinners.
And now that I'm a mom, you're showing my daughters and so many girls around the world who look like them what's possible and what it's like to move through the world as fierce, formidable, phenomenal women in their own unique way. I love you. I admire you. I am so proud of you. And even though Mommy's not here to see her first daughter step into history, the entire nation will see in your strength, your integrity, your intelligence, and your optimism the values that she raised.
We love you, Mamala.
We're so proud of you, Auntie.
You mean the world to us, Kamala.
And we could not be more excited
To share you with the world as the next Vice President of the United States.
Joe Biden has selected Kamala Harris as his running mate.
She is the first Black woman, first South Asian woman to be named on the Democratic ticket.
This is a historic pick.
Someone like us on a presidential ticket. That's crazy.
Kamala Harris is us. She was born in Oakland.
The daughter of immigrants.
Uptown! The daughter of Chandler.
Big sister and protector.
She is an HBCU grad.
She is a woman of many firsts.
Ella reconoce el trabajo duro.
She's a hard worker, a really hard worker.
She's brilliant, she's smart, she's tough, and she's got a big future.
She's probably one of the best role models. Kamala Harris is like a dream to me.
Harris cares about them. There's no doubt about it.
When she says for the people, it is in every ounce of who she is. She's for us. She's for us.
She fights for women's rights. She fights to end mass incarceration.
Fearless advocate for the voiceless. The litmus test for me is how we are treating Black women. Come on, someone who can fight for Black people, brown people, undocumented people, LGBT people, disabled people, young people, old people, all of America.
It's about all our power in each of us to lift people up, right? And to remind them that we see them and we hear them that matter.
Tissue.
You're going to be Vice President of the United States.
Greetings, America. It is truly an honor to be speaking with you tonight. That I am here tonight is a testament to the dedication of generations before me. women and men who believed so fiercely in the promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all. This week marks the 100th anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment, and we celebrate the women who fought for that right. Yet so many of the Black women who helped secure that victory were still prohibited from voting long after its ratification. But they were undeterred. Without fanfare or recognition, they organized and testified and rallied and marched and fought, not just for their vote, but for a seat at the table. These women and the generations that followed worked to make democracy and opportunity real in the lives of all of us who followed. They paved the way for the trailblazing leadership of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. And these women inspired us to pick up the torch and fight on. Women like Mary Church Terrell, Mary Floyd Bethune, Fannie Lou Hamer, and Diane Nash, Constance Baker Motley, and the great Shirley Chisholm. We're not often taught their stories, but as Americans, we all stand on their shoulders. And there's another woman whose name isn't known, whose story isn't shared, another woman whose shoulders I stand on. And that's my mother, Kamala Gopalan Harris. She came here from India at age 19 to pursue her dream of curing cancer. At the University of California, Berkeley, she met my father, Donald Harris, who had come from Jamaica to study economics. They fell in love in that most American way while marching together for justice in the civil rights movement of the 1960s. In the streets of Oakland and Berkeley, I got a stroller's eye view of people getting into what the great John Lewis called good trouble. When I was 5, my parents split, and my mother raised us mostly on her own. Like so many mothers, she worked around the clock to make it work, packing lunches before we woke up and paying bills after we went to bed, helping us with homework at the kitchen table and shuttling us to church for choir practice. She made it look easy, though it never was. My mother instilled in my sister Maya and me the values that would chart the course of our lives. She raised us to be proud, strong Black women, and she raised us to know and be proud of our Indian heritage. She taught us to put family first, the family you're born into, and the family you choose. Family is my husband, Doug, who I met on a blind date set up by my best friend.
Wow.
Family is our beautiful children, Cole and Ella, who call me Kamala. Family is my sister. Family is my best friend, my nieces, and my children. Family is my uncles, my aunts, and my chitties. Family is Mrs. Shelton, my second mother, who lived 2 doors down and helped raise me. Family is my beloved Alpha Kappa Alpha, our divine, and my HBCU brothers and sisters. Family is the friends I turn to when my mother, the most important person in my life, passed away from cancer. And even as she taught us to keep our family at the center of our world, she also pushed us to see a world beyond ourselves. She taught us to be conscious and compassionate about the struggles of all people, to believe public service is a noble cause, and the fight for justice is a shared responsibility. That led me to become a lawyer, a district attorney, attorney general, and a United States senator. And at every step of the way, I've been guided by the words I spoke from the first time I stood in a courtroom. Kamala Harris, for the people. I have fought for children and survivors of sexual assault. I fought against transnational criminal organizations. I took on the biggest banks and helped take down one of the biggest for-profit colleges. I know a predator when I see one.
Come on.
My mother taught me that service to others gives life purpose and meaning. And oh, how I wish she were here tonight. She's looking down on me from above. I keep thinking about that 20-year-old Indian woman, all of 5 feet tall, who gave birth to me at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California.
Kaiser.
Okay, Kaiser. Yeah.
On that day, she probably could have never imagined that I would be standing and speaking these words. I accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States of America.
Okay.
I do so commit to the values she taught me, to the word that teaches me to walk by faith and not by sight, and to a vision passed on through generations of Americans, one that Joe Biden shares, a vision of our nation as a beloved community where all are welcome, no matter what we look like, no matter where we come from or who we love. A country where we may not agree on every detail, but we are united by the fundamental belief that every human being is of infinite worth, deserving of compassion, dignity, and respect. A country where we look out for one another, where we rise and fall as one, where we face our challenges and celebrate our triumphs together. Today, that country feels distant. Donald Trump's failure of leadership has cost lives and livelihoods. If you're a parent struggling with your child's remote learning, a teacher struggling on the other side of that screen,
No.
and indigenous in education and technology, healthcare and housing, job security and transportation. The injustice, reproductive and maternal health care, the excessive use of force by police, and in our broader justice system. This virus, it has no eyes, and yet it knows exactly how we see each other and how we treat each other. And let's be clear, there is no vaccine for racism.
Hello.
That part.
We've got to do the work for George Floyd, for Breonna Taylor, for the lives of too many others to name, for our children,
She had to do that.
and for all of us. We've got to do work to fulfill that promise of equal justice for law. Because here's the thing, none of us are free until all of us are free. So we're at an inflection point. The constant chaos leaves us adrift. The incompetence makes us feel afraid. The callousness makes us feel alone. It's a lot. And here's the thing. We can do better and deserve so much more. We must elect a president who will bring something different, something better, and do the important work. A president who will bring all of us together, Black, white, Latino, Asian, Indigenous, to achieve the future we collectively want. We must elect Joe Biden. And I will tell you, I knew Joe as vice president. I knew Joe on the campaign trail. I first got to know Joe as the father of my friend. So Joe's son, Bo, served as attorneys general of our states, Delaware and California. During the Great Recession, he and I spoke on the phone nearly every day, working together to win billions of dollars for homeowners from the big banks foreclosed on people's homes. And Bo and I, we would talk about his family, how as a single father, Joe would spend 4 hours every day riding the train back and forth from Wilmington to Washington. Bo and Hunter got to have breakfast every morning with their dad. They went to sleep every night with the sound of his voice reading bedtime stories. And while they endured an unspeakable loss, those two little boys always knew that they were deeply, unconditionally. And what also moved me about Joe is the work that he did as he was going back and forth. This is the leader who wrote the Violence Against Women Act and enacted the assault ban, who as vice president implemented the Recovery Act, which brought our country back from the Great Recessions, championed the Affordable Care Act, protecting millions of Americans with pre-existing conditions, who spent decades bringing American values and interests around the world. Joe, he believes we stand with our allies and stand up to our adversaries. Right now, we have a president who turns our tragedies into political weapons. Joe will be a president who turns into purpose. Joe will bring us together to build an economy that doesn't leave anyone behind, where a good-paying job is the floor, not the ceiling. Joe will bring us together to end this pandemic and make sure that we are prepared for the next one. Joe will bring us together to squarely face and dismantle racial injustice, furthering the work of generations. Joe and I believe that we can build that beloved community, one that is strong and decent, just and kind, one in which we can all see ourselves.
I can
That's
see
the
myself
vision
in that present
parents
girl. That
and
hair is
grandparents
on
fought
whip.
for. The vision that made my own possible. The vision that makes the American promise, for all its complexities and imperfections, a promise worth fighting for. So make no mistake, the road ahead is not easy. We may stumble. We may fall short. But I pledge to you that we will act boldly and deal with our challenges honestly. We will speak truths, and we will act with the same faith in you that we ask you to place in us. We believe that our country, all of us, will stand together for a better future. And we already are. We see it in the doctors, the nurses, the home health care workers, and frontline workers who are risking their lives to save people they've never met. We see it in the teachers and truck drivers, the
I gotta
factory
say,
workers
she
and
need a little
farmers,
background
the
music.
postal workers and poll workers, all putting their own safety on the line to help us get through this pandemic. And we see it in so many of you who are working, not just to get us through our current crisis, but to somewhere better. There's something happening all across our country. It's not about Joe or me. It's about you. And it's about us. People of all ages and colors and creeds who are, yes, taken to the streets, and also persuading our family members, rallying our friends, organizing our neighbors, and getting out the vote. And we have shown that when we vote, we expand access to health care and expand access to the ballot box and ensure that more working families can make a decent living. And I'm so inspired by a new generation. You are pushing us to realize the ideals of our nation, pushing us to live the values we share: decency and fairness, justice and love. You are patriots who remind us that to love our country is to fight for the ideals of our country. In this election, we have a chance to change the course of history. We're all in this fight. You, me, and Joe, together. What an awesome responsibility. What an awesome privilege. So let's fight with conviction. Let's fight with hope. Let's fight with confidence in ourselves and a commitment to each other, to the America we know is possible, the America we love. And years from now, this moment will have passed, and our children and our grandchildren will look in our eyes, and they're going to ask us, where were you when the stakes were so high? They will ask us, what was it like? And we will tell them. We will tell them not just how we felt, we will tell them what we did. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
And on that note, We still get that Kamala in. Hold on. We want to do our little Kamala celebration. We like that rap that young lady did for us.
Yeah, after she's done.
Go, Kamala, ooh, I'm so lit, I don't know what I'ma do. Now that she running with biting, I'm vibing, you mad and you whack, a black woman made you. She ripping AKs, I'm ripping DST, but we are all the same. Call it Greek unity. She is my sister and I am her pusher. If it ain't black excellence, it is irrelevant. Why you mad? She with a white man. You better love while you still can. Worry less about her husband and more about where her heart stand. Representation is what we need, and you ain't gonna sit here and tell me that the first black woman VP ain't what little black girls need to see. Check your racism, your sexism, your bigotry at the door. All your insolence and your ignorance, we ain't trying to hear it no more. Kamala Harris is here to stay, despite all the poison you try to spray. If black is king, she is a queen, guaranteed she rise anyway. Yeah.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Suffrage's hats off.
Chat reset, so we didn't see some of y'all comments
Oh,
during the thing. So,
and if I can address it, some of them comments quickly.
Let her rip.
I'm not going to repeat what Miss Penny said, but she was being dragged for filth in the comments, and rightfully so. And if you are still listening, Miss Penny, I got one thing to say to you. Ask Melania what her mama taught her. Okay?
Okay, so I'm catching up on the feed, but I saw Deidre going in.
Oh,
is there anything worth me having to say or ask? What was it? Or
that's
just let it go?
Talking about someone came
I
in.
don't miss this historical moment without adding in one of Kamala's favorite sorors from the state of California and my and my favorite mother. Hold on. Let's bring
Yes.
Carolyn Fowler.
Carolyn, woo! Hey! Hey!
So she's celebrating, but seriously,
Celebrating. Yes, we're all celebrating.
Yes. Are you going to tell us what you drink now, Carolyn?
Until wearing. What did you
Just
say,
make us
Marie?
all back for the holidays.
Oh, she said, well, first we have two questions. First, what is in the Fowler Teeny? Hold it up. We already saw it.
Yes.
And the second question is, what are your thoughts as witnessing this historical moment? There's been a good portion of your life that you have not been able to see women, good women, elected to office. What does this mean for you with Kamala being not only your sorority sister, but also your senator and someone who you have supported big time over the years? Fowler, Teeny, and Kamala.
Teeny.
Start with the Teeny.
A vodka. You can pick your choice. And elderflower.
Ooh.
It's delicious.
So it's too.
So cheers.
Cheers. You're frozen on mine. Is she still moving? Okay, good.
Yeah, so it's hard to say in a few words all the things that go through your mind at this moment. The green tea. That's what.
Yes.
But salute. It's all good. It is. You want to laugh. You think about. It's harder tonight because there's some other women that have really paved the way for Kamala. And I'm really thinking about Assemblymember Gwen Moore tonight, who passed today.
Yeah.
And I regret she didn't get to see this moment.
I'll be back.
Carolyn, you're going to make me cry.
Yeah.
There's people that have, she's done a lot in terms of her legislation, particularly from a civil rights perspective. She was chairing utilities, and she brought the House down. I mean,
Yeah.
she got on them about black males hiring, promoting. I mean, when she got through, I got 2 promotions at AT&T like that.
It
That's how
matters.
that's how significant her and people. Same thing happened at other utilities, Edison, GWP, and those were really great paying jobs. Period. Not alone at the management level, and it makes a difference in what you do from an income standpoint. That helped me with my parents too, because I understand about labor. I didn't have college debt. Dallas didn't have college debt, really, because we had good paying jobs with benefits. And that's what to get back to. And that's what I'm looking forward to getting with a Kamala and a Joe Biden. I know people don't necessarily care about him, but you got to have somebody who cares about people. Because if somebody cares about people, they will put people around them that care about people to make some change occur. So for me, I'm proud to see the sister rise up. I don't agree with every decision anybody makes, but I think she gets saddled with a lot of stuff that A, just didn't happen, and B, you have to do your job. I could believe that every black person and every brown person was totally innocent and didn't commit any crimes, and everybody's been misjudged.
Right.
But we know that's not necessarily true either. We do have some bad people, and they're white as well. In fact, they're the worst as far as they just do
Blue collar, white collar
crime.
Right. Right.
But I think it's going to be interesting to still going to have haters, and we have to, as some of the guys are saying, that we got to protect her. We have to say, look, because why are they afraid? You have to ask questions. If I'm going to start back to her. If Miss Millie keeps tagging me, she to really blow up her Facebook with some shit she really doesn't want to see.
Wait a minute. Hey,
into it earlier. We didn't even get to Miss. Thank you, Carolyn. Miss Millie, beware.
Yeah, because she keeps tagging me, and I'm like, and X is on stuff that says kind of whatever. So I think we should just bomb her face with all the positive things that Eddie is saying about her, and let people read all of that. They don't expect. I always like to let them expect the unexpected. You don't tell them what you're going to do. You just plan it and execute it. And I'd like to do for a whole week and just block, this, and let it and see. Eventually she'll tag me or she'll block me, which is fine with me. But the thing that you think that's unbelievable, as someone said, I guess it was Dina, as your high horse, only because your mama, see, I'm ready to tell some real stories. And you did. It's your mother that left you that money. You know what I'm saying? So, your mountain on top that you didn't earn, she can get very, very critical. But I think it is a moment to celebrate. It's unfortunate that you're watching and nobody can touch them but their spouses.
I think because we are entering in we're past the cool down. We went over. So let me just set the tone really quick.
Get to Santa Monica.
Oh, you were supposed to be in Santa Monica.
Start on time. The thing just ended.
Oh, okay. Are they going to call us in?
Barack talked forever. Barack talked forever. I know he went over.
Did.
No, he really went over.
He has some things to say.
Yeah.
To get
He
off his
has some
chest.
things on his chest.
He had to air it out. He was like, well, if this gonna be the moment, I might as well take advantage of it and sweep out the front door. Leave it out.
Yeah. I went all the way to Philadelphia, so you're gonna listen to every word I gotta say.
Well, welcome to the cool down, folks. If you're just tuning in, Carolyn, that was a perfect segue into our topic for the evening. I wasn't able to do a graphic because I work in the daytime too. I'm busy. But we're going to have a quick dialogue. I'm going to introduce the topic and bring everybody back in. But we're going to have a quick dialogue about Miss Millie's.
Ooh, child.
Miss Millie. Do you have a Miss Millie in your life? I think you do. And when I describe her, you let me know. And this is for my people of color. We have white friends. We love them. I love my white sister friends. We're in the many challenges together, facing them together, supporting each other. But there's always that one in your life. She may be a relative. She may be, just that work colleague that you usually get along with. Out of nowhere, she always has that one off-branded comment about Black people. And she thinks that because she is friends with you, that whenever she decides to make these attacks or off-branded comments about Black people, they want to tag you in those posts, almost as if to verify that, see, I have Black friends. So I can't be racist, even though I am being racist right now. Now, do you have that in your life? I think you do. And people in our chat, please tune in. Please chime in. Let us know your thoughts. And with that note, I'm going to bring the conversation back full swing to the ladies, and you all can decide to come in with who would like to chat first about the Miss Millie in their life, and then I will give you what you should do when you have a Miss Millie in your life. I have the remedy. So let's get into what she does, and then I'll give the remedy at the end. Miss Millie's. Go. Topic.
Go ahead, Carolyn.
Why?
Let's start with the elder.
Carolyn started it off. Carolyn already started off. I started off. Go
okay.
ahead.
A lot of us in this group have the same Miss Millie in terms of political circles. Okay, because Miss Millie tagged me too, and I had to remind Miss Millie of a few things. Miss Millie about to get a pie. Okay, that's what's about to happen.
Where's she gonna get?
Miss Millie is about to get the ancestors called out on her. That's what she doesn't understand. Black women say they're going to call the ancestors out on people. Be careful.
You be like, oh, Miss Millie, no. But yeah.
And Miss Millie ain't always a woman. Sometimes there's some men Miss Millies out there.
Yes.
There's some men Miss Millies. There's some Mr. Millies.
Those Mr. Millies.
There's some Mr. Millmans. Mm-hmm.
Yes, there are.
And the Miss Millies that have Black babies.
Ooh.
Woo.
Speak on it. Speak on it. I said, look, y'all don't judge me, but if I go to Iceland and adopt a little baby, y'all better not.
You say, Cheetah, you gonna go to Iceland and adopt your baby?
Yes, I am. Don't judge me if I adopt a baby out of Scandinavia. And I will go into the middle of Whole Foods in the middle of Santa Monica and have that little baby call me mommy. I sure the hell will. Because that's been going on our end. They've been letting our babies walking around ashy, hair all over the place. We can't know. Nope. But this,
oh, go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to ask one of you guys to give a preference to our viewers, just in case maybe they haven't seen this movie in a while. They need that refresher of who Miss Millie and this character is that we're referencing.
Okay, so I was gonna pull up the video, but it takes a while to run. There may be a meme. Gina, do you have a meme you want to share with
Gina
us?
got the meme. Gina, you got the meme.
It should be.
We can role play. Y'all want to role play? What Miss Millie?
The color purple. Everyone who remembers the color purple. Everyone who remembers the color purple remembers Oprah Winfrey's character, Miss Sophia, right? Miss Sophia was out. She was out in town, had her kids out, had her man. Her man was getting gas across the street or whatever. And here comes Miss Millie, the town saint, right? She's all out for every cause. Oh, look at these little colored children. Let me kiss those cheeks. Let me pinch those cheeks. And she comes around and she says to Miss Sophia, who has her man, her children, her land, and she says to Miss Sophia, you know, you ought to come and work for me. And Miss Sophia said, no. No, I should. What? What was that? Oh, now, oh, how dare you tell this white woman no? And so then, essentially,
I emailed you the meme.
It's gonna take too much to pull it in. You share it, pull it up.
It's on. Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So, Miss Millie draws the crowd, and they said, "Well, what did you say to her, Miss Sophia?" Hell no, I don't want to work for you. No. Oh, then it goes into get my children out of here because they're getting ready to get with Miss Sophia. You know, it's a lynch mob now. And the man comes up, punched her, and she's there, out for the count, on the ground, bloomers in the air. Okay, for everybody to see. That type of disrespect is what happened.
And she went to jail. Let's just add that.
Jail for you.
Those Miss Millies who never speak up and don't say anything and it's okay. You can show up and speak the word for justice, but you don't show up to help predict the verdict or trying to tell the truth about the justice or the injustice.
And then Miss Sophia ended up working for Miss Millie. Now, those days are over. And so we have a Miss Millie. When you have a Miss Millie in your life, Gina, you ready to share?
Yes, it's there. It's saying I'm sharing now, but
there it is. My bad. Here we go. Let's bring her in.
Bring in Miss Millie.
And that's the first thing. And so I just want to add, because I talked about this morning. I was listening to Brene Brown. She's my podcast therapist. And she was talking about, and Brene Brown is white, by the way, and she lives in Texas.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I love her. And so she was talking about being ashamed. And one of the things she talked about as a white woman is that it is not a black person or person of color's job to absolve you of your racism. So don't be coming to a black person talking about, well, I recognize that I may have, discriminated or had racist tendencies, but I don't anymore. Don't come to us coming to us for us to be like, well, good job, great job. And then, when it comes to this particular meme, it's one of those things where you might have, and I grew up in Indiana, so I've experienced more than my fair share of Miss and Mr. Millies. And one of the things is that they'll be down, they'll be cool, they'll be good. And then the minute you say no, or the minute you stop being an asset to them, then you get this quote from Miss Millie, which is, I've always been good to you people.
That's when you find out.
That's when you find out. So the minute you stop being of worth or an asset is when you find out that yeah, Miss Millie actually was there the whole time.
Or
Here's
you
the other thing.
disagree at a different level. Excuse me, Carolyn. Go ahead.
Disagree. The other thing is they know more what's best for you black people than you do. Those
Now
are the
that's
ones.
definitely Miss Millie that tags us.
Yeah.
That really gets me. And then they want to take the lead on who got the best idea on what should happen.
Everybody.
Yes.
It's a validator. Like they have to, if it's not validated by them, it's not right.
Right.
From Miss Millie.
And I said, okay.
Lives, that's for sure. That's for sure. And
They
you
know,
know,
they know the conversation is turning up.
Millies, they need to be called out. It's
Yep.
a new day.
All right,
Yep.
William is back in with us.
Hey,
William, what up?
Hey.
William, can you put Miss Millie's away?
Do you have a Miss Millie in your life, William?
How much time you got?
We got 15 more minutes.
Like Miss Millie's, Karen's, and Amy's stay in my life. So yeah, it's.
I call
yeah,
them
it's
Becky. I call them Becky. Becky.
as well as Becky's too. Yeah.
That too.
You know what, William? I remember you had a particular experience with let's say, she's, I think, a Karen more than a Becky. A Becky, I was told a Becky is a young one and a Karen is an older one.
Right.
But you had a particular experience, if you remember, where she tried to go public on you and, you know, you had to drag her a little bit in the political realm. And someone really tried to do some, you know, I would call it defamation of William. And she tried to do a full-on Karen moment on him. And he respectfully and gracefully dragged her through the tar pit. And I had never seen it. And then at the level, in front of all these other progressives, in front of what was it, PDA, you dragged her ass?
Yeah. So she was a Becky. She was a Becky starting her Karen stage.
What did that look like? What did that look like?
And basically,
Dallas, I gotta go to Santa Monica.
What ensued?
Yeah, head over. I'll join you in a sec.
She was made privy to a private conversation, and basically, to Gina's point, tried to put me on blast to suggest that I was against immigration at this meeting, at a Progressive Democrats of America meeting. And in so doing, she was trying to, out of that suggestion, out of what she did, she, like I said, was just basically trying to trash me, to say I was not a progressive, let alone I was a fraud in essence.
What is that about?
And so
we can't have diversity of opinion.
So what I basically did was because I knew she was a problem, not only with the progressive, well, within the progressive movement, but just a problem, period. Both she and this other guy who's fraudulent as well. And clearly we're being respectful, not saying names, right? And so in my attempt on behalf of the movement, I called in not only for individuals involved with PDA, which was going to be at the next PDA meeting, members of Our Revolution, the chair of a couple of Democratic clubs, and some political candidates, because I purposely was intended to bring a show. And so, as you all know Dr. Bill Honigman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Honigman, excuse me. I'm saying his name wrong. And he's the OC, OC chapter of PDA, president per se. And so I basically asked him, I said, what we discuss here in our PDA meetings, should they be translated or talked about online in a negative light? And he said, no, that's unfortunate that happened to you. I said, yes, and this individual did it, and she and her mom were there. Okay. And in so doing, prior to me leaving, because I had to leave early from this meeting, I basically told her, I said, keep my name off of social media, keep my name out your mouth and out of these streets. And I said, and if anybody gets any information from her or where she mentions my name, please let me know, because I have a file for her specifically for defamation of character.
Ooh.
See, dragged her, and in the most graceful way. Like he took it to a blue collar level. He wasn't just, William wasn't just, he wasn't playing the hood games. He dragged her in a blue collar way, which is, bitch, I will sue you.
Right. And unfortunately, she's not happy that I was reelected as a delegate in South Orange County, but here I am. So
she'll be all right.
Yeah.
Right.
And you shift the narrative like that, because a lot of times when we respond in a way that is the stereotypical way of being loud and obnoxious and angry versus, don't let the biblical teachings fool you.
Right, exactly.
Matter
of fact, no, do let the biblical teachings fool you.
Okay.
Because I believe in the Jesus of liberation and the one that turned over the tables and reconciliation. Let's just be clear.
You might have been a brother in my dreams. Did you replace Black Jesus? Did you take down the white Jesus and put the Black Jesus on the wall?
Listen, I'm not okay with being wrongly accused. So but that's unfortunately how ill-informed or uninformed, however you want to look at it, a lot of the non-Black people in Orange County are, and they just have, and I'm no nonsense like that. Can you all hear me?
I feel like I can, but I feel like I want to ask you and everybody, what do we think is with the Miss Millies in our society and of the world? Like, what type of damage does a Miss Millie really do for a culture? Especially at this point in America, like, the soul of America is very much in a healing space, and the Karens, the Beckys, the Millies, all these, titles and falsehoods. What does that type of person do to our social fabric?
It's funny you should ask that, because as we're having this conversation, ladies, our Miss Millie sent me a DM.
What is that?
My hand. Our Miss Millie sent me a DM on Facebook, and she knows we're shooting this show. She knows we're live, and this was her message to me. This was a really good show I just did. Please share. No, I'm not.
No, so I think she tries to trigger us to get more views. Honestly, that's why it is literally crickets from me. Go just really quick to your.
Lord Jesus. Carry on.
And to your question, Melina.
Let me know when y'all ready for the remedy.
Did you hear what I just said, Dallas, about Miss Millie sending me a DM as we were having?
Yes, I did. I heard it.
Okay.
But
let me know when you're ready for the remedy. I can do it in song.
Then go ahead.
Finish what you were saying, Gina.
Yeah, finish what you were saying, Gina.
I'm
sorry. I didn't
I'm lost my train. Go ahead, Dallas.
I'm sorry, Gina. Go ahead.
No, it's all right.
Well, if you remember, cut me off because you all talked about clearly what she does with your situation. Obviously, Miss Millie, in my situation, well, I shouldn't even say my situation, how she has brought so much damage to this society. Let's remember, Miss Millie was a problem during Reconstruction era. Miss Millie is the one that kicked off the Civil Rights Movement, hence lying on Emmett Till, right?
Yes, right there. Yes.
Like,
that's what I'm talking about.
And Miss Millie is very, very, very active and proactive in this Black Lives Matter movement all the same. And you will find her most specifically in HR departments and hiring positions. I took Miss Millie in my life where I was to be hired as a director of spiritual care.
I can't hear you, brother. There's some white noise. No pun intended.
That's not me.
Yeah, I hear the interference. There's some interference coming through. I just don't know who it is.
Down, whatever was
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So this Miss Millie, like I said, I was to receive a full-time job with Memorial Healthcare, where put them out there, where I've been working there per diem without an increase in pay, without benefits, without health insurance for the past 5 years, without vacation time for the past 5 years. And yeah, it's craziness. And so there were 3 full-time jobs that opened up that I was qualified for that Miss Millie did not hire me for. And I applied for all 3, and I was more than qualified with the Master of Divinity degree, with 4 units of chaplain residency, and very familiar with working in that health system, St. Joe's health system, and Hogue health system. And like I said, she continued. Like I said, she did not hire me. So after the 3rd time she did not hire me, I made a complaint to HR, basically take my crime to the criminal. And they basically said they did not find any evidence of discrimination. And in light of the current civil unrest that we have, I remember on June 5th of this year, she called me and said enough time had passed where we need to reconcile and we need to talk to each other as human beings. And so I told her, yeah, we can't do that. Because the damage is done. And the damage is done now. And we gotta, and let me just try to serve in peace. So
Wow.
You can't hear
Alex, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I went on mute. That's when you go into all communication must be put in writing. Thank you.
Say it again.
I said that's when you go into all communication must be put in writing. Thank you.
Right.
Trail.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly it. And so.
You know what, William, your story actually really reminded me of my nursing journey. Because, like I said, Indiana, I am more than used to being the pepper and the salt shaker. I call it that. And I definitely got turned down for a lot of jobs when I first came out of nursing school, including the very trauma center I worked 5 years in turned me down. Even though I had graduated, I had worked 5 years. I mean, the people that had trained me basically and taught me, I couldn't work with because I got turned down for that job. Now, granted, I would have been one of maybe 2 or 3 Black nurses out of the entire department. And that's across all 3 shifts. So, there's that. And this is a county hospital, by the way. And so, and then I went and applied at another trauma center. Nothing. Another trauma center, nothing. Pediatrics, nothing. ICU, nothing. Med-surg, nothing. I eventually had to start back off in a nursing home because in the nursing homes is where you'll see more people of color, nurses of color working, because we can't get into, and this is across the board. This is California too, because UCLA rejected my ass, and so did USC, then there's still not a lot of Black nurses anywhere. You don't see them, but if you go into like secondary levels of nursing, like long-term care, they're everywhere.
Caregivers.
But if you go, we're caregivers, but we can't be nurses. And I don't know how much I was called, the CNA or the housekeeper or something like that with a big old red RN on my badge. And so what you're saying reminded me of how much discrimination is in the healthcare system. Even though I'm qualified, I'm smart, I could run circles around because I have to overperform to compete with an underperforming white nurse. Yep. A white nurse that is an underperformer, I have to overperform twofold, maybe even threefold, to get the same level of recognition as them. So if that white nurse has an associate's in nursing, I have to have a master's in nursing to compete with her. Because
yeah. So to your point, I'm just thinking further around how arguably Miss Millie is a co-conspirator and purveyor of the current incompetence of dealing with this COVID crisis that we're currently in, because their mediocrity was often elevated and promoted when there were very capable people and Black women of addressing that, I think, who are in the healthcare field, and just Black people in the healthcare field that could address this issue all the time. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we got to head to wrap it up because Dallas is going to have to turn this off. Huh?
You're right. You're correct. We're going to have to leave out in 3 minutes. I was asking, are we closing with the Miss Millie tribute song?
Yeah, Dallas, you're going to come back with your song?
There's one of those. Oh, wow. I'm glad I
came back. I'm glad you came back too. You might need to pray for Miss Millie. What does a Miss Millie prayer sound like? If we don't have a song, we might as well have a praise.
Oh, I got a prayer for
you. Here's Dallas.
All right, I'm taking y'all out in song, and they kicking me out of the studio, so it's time to go. But I'm gonna give you what you do with Miss Millie, and it's in song. If you've seen this is an older Black woman on social media. If you've seen her, she sings a song. It's a gospel song called "Praise Is What I Do," and she's changed the words. I know you know this song, William, so sing along. And what she says is, "Blocking is what I do when I want to get rid of you. I take you off my page. Blocking is what I do when I want to get rid of you. I take you off my timeline, and I vow to block you.
You're the good and the bad
for all that you do.
Yes.
Yes. And so that's what you do with Miss Millie.
Blocking is what I do.
Blocking.
Come on, spread out, Pastor.
I owe it all to you.
Amen. All right. Well, this is a good time to wrap. We will be back tomorrow for the final night. I don't like what they tell us. I think they may have some more things, but I think we're going to have some better discussion tomorrow night. Oh, yeah. And we'll be a little bit more interactive. But we were not going to miss Kamala, and you should have not been missing her too, which is why we made sure you got to see her through us. So thank y'all for tuning in.
Absolutely.
DEM Misfit. Oh, let me bring this back. DEM Misfit Black girls. Y'all magic. Love you. Love you more. William Summers.
I love you too.
Love my sisters.
Yeah.
I love Black delegates.
I love you. Thank you, brother. I love you too.
Shout out.
Vote, please, everybody.
Yes.
Did we all leave?